All right, folks, strap in. Make sure that you are ready for this. Welcome, everybody, to the Imperial 80s. It is good to be with you. Hit that like button, subscribe, share this in your feed so that people can come in and join what is sure to be a legendary conversation. We're super excited. Couldn't have done this without Dr. Jared Ball joining us again. I Mix What I Like, a mixtape manifesto, Black Liberation Media, a live reinvention, you know, on and on, myth and propaganda, black buying power.
But
So,
can I
go
say, I
ahead.
gotta say, at a salute to Archer, I just want to emphasize that Jared said, "Strap in." I would just leave it there for the handful of people who are watching that silly shit like me. But no, it's an honor to be back, man. This is my favorite series, and I'm honored to be here, especially for this film and right after the 4th of July. This is perfect. I am so honored. We couldn't celebrate the 250th in a better way, man. Salute to the both of you.
Yeah, no, and that was intentional on our behalf. I mean, Mtume and I were going back and forth, but I was like, we were talking about different movies we could do to sort of, that would be good ones to do right after the 4th of July. And yeah, but we didn't want to do this one without you because.
Well, I appreciate it. And
friends need friends in this moment.
Yeah.
Friends need friends in this moment. Comrades need to circle up.
Yeah. And I did think again, like I said last time, man, salute to all of us that made it through this time period where these films were the dominant media fare. And as we're going to talk about, it went way beyond a popular film. I mean, the politics, the ideas, the discussion, it went everywhere. And even somewhat recently into some nonsensical political takes. It's an old film relatively, but it's not that old ideologically, unfortunately. Yeah.
No.
Oh man, this is gonna be so good. So I'll just start off on my memories of it. So this was a movie. Again, I didn't see it in the theaters, but I'm sure I saw it within like a year or so of its release. It it was one, like, obviously Denzel Washington wins an Oscar for this movie for best supporting actor, which we will talk about. So it was recognized immediately as great film, right? This is a critically acclaimed, award-winning film right off the bat. It was also recognized and is still recognized, which we'll get into this as we go through it, by a lot of historians as a very accurate depiction of the Civil War in a way that a lot of stuff is not. And obviously there's a whole lot of dramatic and fictionalized license taken, but there are, especially with regards to Shaw, a lot of the basic facts are historically correct, of the kind of story of the 54th. There's a lot that's incorrect too, and we'll get to that. And then, but anyways, I'll save my movie discussion. So watched it. My father, I'm sure, had me watch. I remember watching with my parents. My father in particular. I don't know if my mom wanted to watch it. And then there was also, we had to watch it in school. Right. And this is something that I find fascinating, right? Because it was an R-rated film. And so I do remember even having to get like permission slips or notification to the parents, like, your kid is 12 and we're going to be watching an R-rated movie, but it's historically accurate and important, right? And so so we had to, there was some kind of procedure around that, but we did watch it in middle school social studies, which is just wild. And so, yeah, and I probably watched it a couple other times other than that, but as we were saying before we started, I probably hadn't seen this movie in at least 20 years, probably more than that, probably closer to 25, when until I rewatched it in preparation for this. So that was really interesting too, to go back to it, and rewatch it with a critical eye in a different way, and to think about what the messaging that's going on within the movie in a more serious way. So anyway, that's me.
I'll jump in. Look, Glory was an institution in my home. I'm just going to say it straight out. I didn't see it in the theater, but I know the minute it became either cable or VHS available, my dad sat me down and made me watch it.
Wow.
And it was an event. You had to watch Glory for a couple of reasons. A, because of the story of the Black soldiers in the Civil War, which I did know about through familial conversation. My dad had I think my dad had one of the books that were referenced and he had read it before. And it was something that I knew about. So now we get a movie depicting it. So it was a kind of that confirmation. The reason why it's also kind of important to my dad is that my granddad was in the Corps of Engineers in World War II. So my dad, not a military kind of person so much, he has a bit of he sees my grandfather as that kind of lineage line, So there's that part. And it was on all the time. My dad watched it consistently. If it was on cable, it came on. And I watched it as well. I found it a very dark movie. I always was a little frightened by it, actually, to be honest with you. I thought a lot of the violence, the kind of the narrative. I didn't get this sense of uplift. The ending to me is we'll talk about it. It feels not nihilistic. It's very, maybe it is nihilistic. I don't know if I would say that when I was a kid. I'd have that kind of conceptualization. But yeah, whatever the kids' version of nihilism could be, that's kind of how I interpreted it. And then when I got into acting, the movie then took another kind of leap of life because Denzel Washington, who was the model for everything, and this role, which was his first Oscar winner, not his first nomination, but his first Oscar winning performance, became a kind of example of the kind of films and things that you would want to get, and the kind of roles and the kind of moments you need to have in order to become considered great. So we're going to talk about the Denzel tier and all this type of shit, right? And it became a thing, though I was never a huge Denzel guy, personally. Even when I was I was probably more into Morgan Freeman, and we'll talk about that as well. But it became a kind of thing. Another element, and we'll get to him, is Andre Braugher, who went to Juilliard, who at the time when I was an actor was on Homicide: Life on the Street. I went to LaGuardia. There's Juilliard stuff. Andre Braugher had a bit of a purchase in the kind of theater world, and the real acting world. I met him a few times. I rest in peace to Andre, but politically I had major problems with him. He was very, very, very dedicated to the white theater in a very, very integrationist kind of way.
So
really,
snowflake
really
for
politics. Real. So yeah, so there was kind of that element, and it kind of lived. So Glory kind of lived through my life. Though I never really liked, as I watched more into films, I didn't really like the movie, but I kind of acknowledged it in passing. We'll get to this one. The reason why the film then came back in my kind of discussions is around maybe about, no, even longer than 10 years ago. I'm talking 15, 16 years ago. In the kind of Jacobin sphere led by Adolph Reed Jr., this film got an unexpected endorsement from the kind of liberal socialist, I want American socialist kind of, who like the kind of theory of the completed revolution is the Civil War kind of socialist thinking, right? That goes into a kind of certain, stagist theories of Marxism. They saw this film led by a piece that we'll talk about a little bit in the. I don't think he published it first in the Baffler, but it was where I got it from was the Baffler, led by Adolph Reed, that basically said this film is an example of showing us not only a great depiction of Black soldiers, but this, and there's another film called Free State of Jones, of like how the integrationist project of America should be visioned. I'm using integrationist. He wouldn't say that word. He probably would use something different, but that's what I'm saying. And I got into a lot of arguments with people about this piece because it was sent to me by a lot of white socialists who loved Adolph Reed, which is a big thing that I have to say has been an issue with me about Reed in general. And I'm going to be real with you. I don't want to go on a huge Adolph Reed rant right now, but one of my biggest, some of it is his scholarship, but one of my biggest issues with Adolph Reed Jr. has been his disciples. And his disciples are an example of the kind of bad parts of his scholarship, to me, in my opinion. Everyone from the Ben Burgesses of the world to even shit like Platypus and those who are, to me, heavily racist people. And they use him, they use him as like a shield when they want to attack people like Gerald Horne and various people on the Black left. All right. Even Kwame Ture, shit like that. It's just wild. Right. So we can get into that. So this film has then come back in this part of my life, and people will glory. It shows the kind of, way. And Reed's argument, and we'll get to it at some point, is about the whole white savior narrative. And he kind of uses that as I think as a straw man, actually, to make a shitty argument. Personally, that's kind of how I interpret it. I think Jab is agreeing.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah. I'll leave it at that. We'll get more into that, but that's kind of how it existed in my life. Yeah, and yeah, I'll pass it to Jab.
No. So I was trying to. So just in terms of first thoughts, I especially at the rewatch, do not like the movie for many reasons that we'll have a fun time talking about today. But I don't remember my first time seeing it, and I don't remember, I have no memory of it not being seen, so I even just looked up now. So it came out in December of 1989. I would have been either still in or just getting out of boot camp. And so I wouldn't have been situated to be catching the run up and the hype and then going to movies and all that kind of thing at that particular time in my life. So, but I don't remember when I first saw it. I don't remember. But I've seen it so many times in pieces, at least over the years, because it used to be one of those TBS, TNT repeat, on that random afternoon or whatever. I would have definitely been a Morgan Freeman, I don't know about fan, but appreciator, because, just going back to the Electric Company again, I mean, he was a mainstay for my, I've just always been seeing Morgan Freeman. So yeah, and all I remember, and I've been trying to think about this in the last few days, all I remember of the film going up until now is not liking it for a lot of the reasons that I now have more understanding as to why. It always just being sort of, we were joking before the show, this would have been this was the unofficial sort of first meme that I could think of before memes. The idea of the Denzel tier had been just in social settings and just was joked constantly, even among sort of the apolitical spaces that I would have been in. It was just constantly made fun of. Yeah. But I had nobody in my life that was like, this is an important film. I had already graduated and been out of, public, whatever, early schooling. So I wouldn't have, there was no opportunity for me to have someone say, as I'm sure would have happened more often. This is something we should use as a class, eventually it was something that was critiqued in grad school. I do remember that. So somewhere in between there, I would have seen it at least, but I don't remember who I saw it with. I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember having any, but I don't ever remember not having seen it. So it's just always been, so yeah, those are just some of the very first thoughts. And, but I can't wait to get to the Reed piece, because I do think that, as bad as it is, I do think it speaks to a lot of the confusion about film, about politics, about representation that still permeate, unfortunately. But yeah, he was wrong on, he just missed, he got that one entirely wrong for sure. But yeah, so those are just some of my first thoughts. I'm looking forward to getting into more of the details. I'll stop there.
Right on. Yeah, do you want to do the...
Yeah, let's get into the making of the film. And feel free, everyone, to interject. So the film...
Wait, I'm sorry. I did have one question for you, M2May. What was Denzel's first nomination?
Cry Freedom.
Cry Freedom.
Which we should do.
Oh, shit.
2 years before.
Was the year before. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know he got nominated for that. Okay, I forgot about that. Yeah, Cry Freedom is terrible. Which I agreed with Reed on that, I think. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
It is, and just a note, like, I know we will talk about this, but there's this whole run of films in the late 80s and into the mid 90s. And I mean, even if we, there's other examples of this more recently we could talk about as well, of course, where a story that is like largely supposed to be about Black something, a struggle in particular, right, is told through primarily a white character, right? And Cry Freedom, which is about Biko, right, is about this white journalist.
And
then this one, then you have The Power of One also, which is a Morgan Freeman vehicle a few years later about apartheid as well. Also told through Stephen Dorff plays the prep school white student or whatever that it's told through. So there's just and there's more I'm leaving out, but there's just it's a big thing in this period to have this white lead. Even in all of these cases too, it's like an inferior, not that whatever, but it's it's a white actor who's has nothing near the chops of the Black actors that are around them.
Well, they would have said, what's his name in Cry Freedom was supposed to have been a star. They really appreciated that actor. What's his name?
Who was that? Oh, was it Kevin Kline?
Yeah. And oddly, there's a 6 Degrees. I actually went for 1 year to high school with this boy that was in the movie that he did with Sally Field. I think Sally Field was the love interest in the film. I can't remember, and then I also was in that same school, in that same class was the boy in who's the horror film dude? Book writer. What's his name? All the movie writes all the horror movies. Stephen King's where the machines become sentient or something like that. There was a film that came out.
Maximum Overdrive?
Overdrive. Yeah. So those I was in for 1 year I was in school with 2 kids that were in these films. And but anyway, yeah. But yeah, Kevin Kline, I would have thought they kind of talked about him like he had the chops.
He's a Juilliard guy also.
Oh, okay, right on.
It was when they were really trying to get these. It was the 80s trying to transition a lot of these Juilliard trained actors into becoming movie stars. So Kevin Kline, Denzel, San Francisco Conservatory. Morgan was not a conservatory, but he was definitely a long theater person. There was this kind of drive to start getting those kinds of actors. Kevin Spacey, Juilliard as well. You start getting these, 100%. Yeah. So you start getting these kinds of people kind of put into the system, and a kind of new pipeline is starting to develop itself. And I do think it's it is very significant, especially with her making films like this, right?
But Driving Miss Daisy, I don't
prestige.
think fits. I'm sorry, my bad. I'm sorry. I thought you were.
Go ahead.
My fault.
Go ahead.
I don't think Driving Miss Daisy fits with what the point being made here, because that's not supposed to be about a Black something like event or history or you know what I mean, where it's told through a white lens. This is sort of more routine, white liberal Southern, I don't know, whatever. With is my point being? Am I making? I'm struggling here, but I feel 100%. Like okay, all right.
100%. I agree. I mean, the point being made is it's not really about a struggle or a history. It's just like some fictionalized silliness, basically between Jessica Tandy, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I don't know. It's funny how me and Jay have not actually brought up that movie in any of our discussions.
Yeah, it's never come up. That's true. We've never been like, oh yeah, we gotta do it.
Because it was traumatic,
90s, right?
Man.
It's the same year as this. We'll talk about this. This is the Morgan Freeman year. This is Morgan Freeman's like this is his like mega year for him and Denzel. 89, 90 was a mess.
Oh, we have to
was
do
a
that
fucking
movie.
Mess, bro.
About Jewish revisionism. Yeah, that's right, because she's a Jew in that film, right? Do they make that an issue? I don't even remember.
Yeah.
But wow. Yeah. No, because that film was traumatic though. Like I remember in terms of like a zeitgeist moment. Like,
well, that was like I'll get to it.
I felt like the Black world was like, hold up, son.
And Morgan was because also you have Lean on Me in the same year.
Oh my God.
So Morgan is just like hitting you from all these angles, bro. Like Morgan is like Black politics in one man. He's Black Negro liberal politics in one individual.
Oh my God. Morgan is diabolical.
Oh man, it's so bad. So get into the film's development. How it kind of starts is there is an interest in a couple of like big of like popular sources. One is early kind of like historical accounts written by people who observed the actual war, which you kind of see in the film, right? You have a couple of these like examples of, people who were writers who were writing chronicles of it. And there's particular things from like the Columbus Inquirer, things that were, reported to like first sergeants, New York Daily Tribune things, right? That's where apparently where the phrase glory comes from, God the glory, all those things kind of come from. A big thing was a guy named Lincoln Kirsten. He has 2 books. One is called what is the first book called? Lay This Laurel, and the other one is One Gallant Rush. And they're supposed to be these accounts of this kind of portion of the Civil War. And he had been trying to get them adapted into screenplay form himself for quite a while before he passed away, I believe. I actually don't remember his like living timeline in comparison to the movie. But yeah, he died. No, he died after the movie. So he had been trying to get it like adapted, and he went through various kind of trials and tribulations with it. Didn't work. He got one person to do it. Some people didn't want to do it. The person they eventually get to is a guy named Kevin Jarre. If people know his name, as we brought him up because he is the writer of Rambo: First Blood Part 2. So he is the guy who eventually writes the script. Perfect. I mean, you can see it with all the head blown off explosions, right? He writes the script for this film, right? They have like a relationship, working together. Jarre was apparently a Civil War buff and all this type of stuff. The way they write about this stuff, though, is like, is always very lofty and so forth and so on. He started also to look at, he said he was really inspired when he first saw the Colonel Shaw Monument of the 54th Massachusetts, right? This is the monument you see at the end of the film, the end credits. So he was very inspired by it. He got like other book sources about like the various black regiments, about the 54th and all this type of stuff. And he kind of, does that. And also, which is really important, Colonel Robert Gould Shaw's personal letters. So they become this huge hodgepodge that he writes, right, of these various sources, taking whatever liberties he wants to kind of create it, right? He goes to a few different people to try to get it produced. There's like some stories about this person wanted to do it, didn't want it. I don't think it's that interesting, unless anybody wants to add anything to that. But then he goes to a producer named a guy named Freddie Fields, and they get a deal with Columbia Pictures to do it. And then it didn't go through with that, and then it went to TriStar, which eventually is the people that produced it. TriStar then hires Edward Schwick, who is the director of the film. This is Schwick's second movie. Schwick is an interesting one. He was an AFI conservatory guy, went to Harvard, upper class kid, right? Grew up, silver spoon, whole nine, right? Did all that type of stuff. Didn't get immediately into making movies coming out of school. He was in journalism, like Rolling Stone. He wrote for various types of things in like journalism for quite a while. And then he was doing some TV stuff. One of the interesting things that I didn't know until looking at this, he's one of the co-creators of the show 30 something. Anybody remember that show from the 80s?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, he's one of the co-creators of that. That gave him a lot of cachet in Hollywood. So he was once in the club. They were like, we want Ed Schwick to direct this movie, right? And I think part of the reason why that happens for a movie, because the movie wasn't a super huge budget. It was actually less than I thought it was going to be. It was $18 million for the time, which is kind of like low if you think for a war film, right? If you think about it, if you like double that, triple that, it's like 50 something, $60 million. Now these are like $100 million pictures immediately. It could also be the time they didn't want to spend that much money on war films yet. But I think he comes at like a low kind of cost, and certain demands that they would have that he would just have to go along with, and I've read a couple of his accounts of it. And he kind of talks about that. Like, yeah, they had certain demands. Like Matthew Broderick was one of their big demands. Matthew Broderick was like, this is the guy. You're going to use that. He said he didn't argue with it. Broderick, by that point, had already had Ferris Bueller. He had a lot of like hits, Biloxi Blues, things like that. They were trying to transition Broderick into becoming a real leading man. Which I'm sorry. It's just fucking funny.
But he does kind of look like the guy. From the pictures I've seen of Shaw, he kind of looked like him a little bit. So in
a way that they probably didn't want to do, it's good. It comes off for anyone who really comes off like a high class twit in many ways.
But he's respected in theater too a lot, isn't he? Doesn't he have like a solid theater career, Broderick?
Later.
Oh, okay.
Broderick later, kind of post when his movie career dips. He gets back into like doing like the comedy stuff, like the producers and stuff like that. And and it's because he did the Neil Simon movies, like Biloxi Blues and all that type of stuff, that I think it kind of gave him this like actor cachet. He probably did because he comes from New York. I'm sure he would have done some. Yeah, he does. Yeah. Right. Look like him. Right. Yeah. And then, but they said Schwick claims that he was able to really fill out the cast in his kind of way. And, this is the way he wanted to go. Denzel, we talked about it. Denzel, by this point, had already been nominated for an Academy Award with Cry Freedom. And for him to take a supporting role was big for them, right? Because you get an Academy Award person coming in a supporting role that is very significant, right? And it's like a big coup, right? And Denzel's always weird because Denzel's like a strange person when you see his interviews, because when he talks about why he'll talk more about movies he didn't take and go on these like long like rants about why, but then movies he did take, he always kind of like tiptoes it, right, and talks more about what it did. He ended up working with Schwick a lot. Him and Schwick have a long Courage Under Fire, The Siege, that racist ass movie, The Siege. Woo, that movie's racist as shit. That movie with remember that Bruce Willis about like a siege in New York City.
That's right. And they intern the Muslims and all of that.
Yeah,
and,
it's like the proto 9/11 movie. Like,
oh my God,
I do remember that scene where Bruce Willis is saying, "You don't want me to, you don't want me to come in here. If you need me to, I will, but you don't want me to do." I do remember that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a note on Zwick. So and this is something that I think is really important. What Zwick becomes known for through this movie as being historically accurate. He gets this kind of rep of like being historically or like technically accurate because, he'll get the clothes right, the looks right. And then for some reason, because these things look or seem like the battles are said to be like realistic towards the Civil War, somewhere like de facto of that, it's assumed that he also gets the narrative and the ideology and the kind of historical framing correct as well. It's like a weird downstreaming assumption that happens with him, and it's carried throughout his career. If you look at his film, he did Blood Diamond. Remember that movie that came out as well?
Wow, he did that.
Yeah.
Too? Oh my God.
Yeah, his like
he movies.
Yeah, the things that he does is history movies. He's also really connected to movies around race and government. That he becomes a kind of person with that. And like I've always found him really just weird. Like, and I've just never liked him. I see him in interviews. He bothers the shit out of me. Like, I find his whole career just icky in a multitude of ways. He's like slightly above hack. He's like a hack with a purpose. It's just like, ugh, right? Some other things. So yeah, Morgan. We get into Morgan Freeman. So Morgan by this point people don't know much about Morgan Freeman. We talk about it with Lean on Me. You can watch that episode that we did. He has a very kind of like really, really storied career in terms of like a kind of a late bloomer when it comes to movies, long theater, personal problems, right? And by the 80s, you begin to get this kind of like rise up. And 89 is like his culminant, it's like his year, right? It's like everything's been leading up to this year because he does Glory, which is a supporting role. Lean on Me, which we've done, which is, a huge leading role for him, right? And then, of course, Driving Miss Daisy, which is an Oscar nomination for him, with a lot of talk that he might have won it, right? But then also there is the backlash of that film. He also does Johnny Handsome, is the fourth movie that he did that year that no one remembers. It's a very little seen movie by Walter Hill, who did 48 Hours. I saw it years ago. I don't really remember it, but he's also in that. And I don't remember it like vividly, but it's been talked about. Like, this is like one of the coming years for Black actors, right? You get this thing. Morgan becomes, in this year, he becomes really an American institution of him, that we're forced to reckon with, right? You get Andre Braugher. This is actually his first film. And like I said, Andre comes from Juilliard stock, did a lot of theater. They find him in a play, they said, I think, and it selected him out. This was like this. He Fontana apparently saw him in this movie and put him in Homicide after this, and starts that part of his career. You get people like Cary Elwes, all this type of stuff. Yeah, I mean, the making of it in many ways is not that dynamic. One of the things that I didn't realize is that it actually was a financial failure. It didn't do well box office wise. It didn't make double, which for movies, triple is what they kind of count as a success. So if it would have at 18, if it would have made 60 million or something like that, it would have been considered a success. It made 27 million, so it wasn't a financial success, but it was a critical hit. Critically, it was lauded. It was seen as like super important. It's television and Blu-ray and DVD stuff was just massive on all the time. All this stuff, it was like a super, super big thing. Like Jay said, played in social studies classes, and of course, when Denzel wins the Oscar, it also becomes an example of like the rising of the Black person in Hollywood, and then Ed Schwick gets a lot of like credit for it, and Denzel has like participated in that as well, like this kind of idea that glory was something that Hollywood created as an example of, you know, them doing right by us. Right. And
wow,
it
that's
becomes
crazy.
the kind of, the predominant kind of perspective. Another one to add, James Horner doing the score. This fucking score is annoying as hell. God, the music in this movie was really just painful. That's one thing to add. You got James Horner on the score. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything else. I mean, there's like the historical stuff we can get into. I don't know how we want to do it, but that's like the kind of like Hollywood making of the film and some of the like afterlife.
No, I definitely appreciate that. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Just quickly, like supporting actor, there are 6 winners of, and this is just men, I think, because Hattie McDaniel, I think, was supporting. She was supporting actor, right? Her Gone with the Wind, which is another interesting thing. I mean, just a point too, and we'll get to it, but like this movie gets lauded as the first movie, major motion picture, to show Black people's role in the Civil War truthfully, right? And is contrasted with things like Gone with the Wind, right? Which I bring that up because we mentioned Hattie McDaniel. The on the best supporting actor, Louis Gossett Jr. in 82 is the first for Officer and a Gentleman, which is another movie we're gonna have to do. But this is the second win, right? So I do think it's really important for people to understand that like no Black actor had won Best Actor by 1989. And
Sidney Poitier did. Sidney Poitier did. Yeah. So Sidney Poitier had one for Lilies of the Field, and this became this was a. So thank you for making us remember that. So that was the thing. Sidney Poitier had one for Lilies, and it was like the only thing. Then Lou Gossett wins for Officer and a Gentleman, 64. And it becomes this big kind of deal. Denzel gets nominated for Cry Freedom. There might be other nominations in there. I would need someone to check, maybe someone in the chat. But no one had an expectation that Denzel would win for Cry Freedom in 87 or 88, whatever the year was, right? When Glory comes around, though, it was expected, right? And to Jay, what I think the point that Jay was making or starting to make was the investment for Denzel to win this award was like so high, because part of the thing they've always wanted to do with Denzel is make him a direct connection and legacy of Sidney. So he's basically the kind of, I mean, he even talks about it. Like he's like the completion of Sidney Poitier's Hollywood mission to make the great Black male actor. He's the realization. They talk about it with each other. I mean, it's really nasty and annoying. And to be honest, to a certain degree, they are correct. If you know about Sidney and Denzel's politics, he is the heir to Sidney.
And if I can just add a little bit, I found this book called Gone with Glory, The Civil War in Cinema. And it makes the point that Jay was making in terms of the history of films depicting war and the Civil War, and this being the first one to actually get into some of the context of Black involvement in terms of the fighting beyond just enslavement. But they point out that not intending to make the point being made here, but Sidney Poitier had been in Band of Angels in 1957, playing the property of Clark Gable in a film that apparently people had to point out was not meant to be Gone with the Wind Part 2 or something like that. But you know, so this involvement of at least a formerly enslaved role in the Civil War from Poitier to Denzel is just another sort of connection. Although one of the notes that I made is that I hate about this film, and I think I've always hated, is that they make Denzel's what I think is righteous anger and willingness to become violent into a negative. where he has to be. Somebody pointed. I think you highlighted that Morgan is playing Joe Clark in this movie too, or something like that. Somebody said something like that, and we get that speech.
You got hate in
You
your
so
heart.
angry, boy, that
it's just like it's just like the rooftop speech with Sam to kill your brain cells, son, to kill your brain cells.
And then I also noted, I made also the note, because I obviously wouldn't have thought of it, wouldn't have been able to think of it initially. When Denzel is doing the prayer the night before and he acknowledges that he has killed his own mother, I'm like,
but is he saying that, or is he just saying she was killed?
I thought, I watched it again last night. I thought he was saying, because he says, killed my mama off. Now, you're right. It's not fully made clear who did it. But what I heard it last night, and the connection that I made was they're killmongering him. So Killmonger has to be seen as killing the elder woman and the plant or whatever, so that we can never fully associate with his correct politics as wanting to go to war with these colonizers. And I took it as that this was them trying to say, this is in part why you saw him so angry and being willing to fight. He's had this horrible life. He even killed his own mother. Anyway, that's the way I took it. Maybe I misread that, but in either way, the goal was clearly his violence, his anger is not justified, regardless of whatever the hell he went through. Even when we see he's been beaten and whipped severely already before Broderick gets to him. So yeah.
I mean, just to we'll get into it when we get to his character, but that's something that really hit me in this watch that I didn't realize, because this is where I realized the movie, while situating itself in this period in terms of as a historical movie, a lot of the politics felt like the politics that they wanted of the 80s, that they wanted to transmit to us. So I'm reading Trip as their fucked up version of a Black Panther or a BLA
absolutely.
member.
It's I mean, you watch this and you're like, this is probably what Spike Lee saw and said, I'm going to make him Malcolm X, right? Because it's almost like the same.
He liked the movie, he said.
Yeah, it's almost.
Spike said he liked this movie.
The performance is you can just say, hey, that's Denzel's Malcolm X in that role in a certain way, right? And then, but it's weird because obviously it was before, but anyway.
No, but I get it. So yeah, that's I was like, man, but anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
So let's start the movie and then we can creep up. But I don't know how to situate a couple of things that I want to get people's thoughts is, because the very beginning, one of the things to say is in accuracy and inaccuracy is really has so many liberties here with this fucking movie. So I don't know, Jay, maybe you have a thought of how to start this part of it, because it's pretty chaotic, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, so this is the interesting thing. I mean, I think actually it's probably useful to set some of these pieces up in terms of what liberties the film takes just before we even get into the film. So one of the things is that, yes, Robert Gould Shaw was the colonel that led the 54th Regiment, right? This is a real unit. It's in Massachusetts. One of the things to also say is that it is not the first Black unit of soldiers, an important point. And it is a northern unit. And about 80% of the actual enlisted men, as far as I could gather from historical stuff I could find, were northern free Black men, right? So just important to contextualize, because the movie very much situates at maybe 50-50, 60-40 or something like that. But there's a lot of people who are supposed to have been enslaved, or Trip in particular, right? Runaway slaves, perhaps, right? And so there's a kind of way in which they sort of use this unit to stand in for all these different sectors of Black people. But will come later because it's also, I think, a really nefarious way that the movie deals with Black Southerners. We'll get to that. But these letters, so it is true that Robert Gould Shaw wrote letters to his parents. His family was abolitionists. His family was part of the Underground Railroad in Pennsylvania. So, like, there is, some legitimacy or bona fides, whatever people want to feel about this type of like elite white abolitionism. He comes from that kind of background. And the letters that you get in the film are entirely fictionalized. So he never wrote anything like that remotely. He did talk about, like, probably the closest one to an actual letter of his is one towards the middle of the movie where he talks about, like, kind of these men are as good as white soldiers kind of thing, right? So this is a big part of it and we'll probably talk about as we get into the movie in terms of like why was this a thing and what are some of these discourses, is that there was a white abolitionist that was also dovetailed with people like Frederick Douglass, who is in the film, although his role is like very minuscule.
They really fucked that up. Sorry.
Yeah. No, they did. Especially because he was the biggest recruiter for these regiments, right? So he was like actually out getting Black people to sign up for it.
He
so
was also a lot younger.
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't that old man. His sons were there. He had two sons in the joint.
Two sons were in the regiment. Yeah. That's another point we have to make, is that the film does not, other than Frederick Douglass, there are no Black characters within the film that are historical figures. They're all composites. And Robert Gould Shaw is a real historical figure. Even Cary Elwes's character is not. So they change his name and stuff like that in his story a little bit. There's a person he's based on. Montgomery is a real historical, so we'll come to him. He's really important and interesting in terms of how he's dealt with in the film too. But there's like these historical, like, so there's like 3 or 4 or 5 real historical touchstones, but then a lot of it are these fictionalized composites that are done for dramatic purposes. And that's a majority of the characters, but also all the Black characters other than Frederick Douglass, which I think is really important. So the letters off we can read the letter and talk about the letters as they come up, but just to know that these are fake letters that are done to create a certain narrative within the film.
Yeah, and one of the things that's known about Shaw within his letters, even though he does come from an abolitionist family, he had very northern white capitalist views of Black people who were writ large, racist, also of the working class in general. He was of his New England blood in that kind of way. And this is a thing that Glory can never really deal with about the Civil War, is the economic character of the Civil War. Capitalism, where it was in that moment. They need to make the Northern thing all about freeing the Black people and getting them towards this project, right? And Black people hand in hand doing it with them. They have to do that. Not that this was a particular decision amongst a section of white people in the North that was tactical and strategic about, they do say it, saving the Union in the way they saw fit. And these movies will never have that conversation, right? And that's the thing about Shaw. And if you read his letters, you see this. I mean, the comments he makes about Black people, about white working class people, indigenous people. I mean, it's rough, right? And so they have to kind of sanitize it, because this is the thing about, I think, that's interesting to me. When I was growing up, this is like the real negative effect this film did to me before I read shit like Black Reconstruction and all that type of stuff. Before I got into Du Bois and all that type of stuff. Yeah, exactly. Before I was put on to any of that, I just thought that this was, and this is the thing that kind of, you started with the movie. We got to get in the movie here, like with like the music that comes on. I mean, it feels biblical, right? Like it becomes this like metaphysical, mystical kind of experience.
I just want to say, like, so yeah, James Horner is a terrorist too, and he does like all the music for this and a bunch of other Titanic, a bunch of other shit, you know, historically. But I did know, because I looked this up, because it starts and you're like, oh, like who are these like European women like singing this? No, it's the Harlem Boys Choir that he made sing all of these songs. And so like anyway.
Wow.
All that.
I didn't remember that for sure, if at all. Yeah,
it's
that's
Harlem
them.
Boys. When I'm watching Denzel I'm getting Harlem Boys Choir.
Oh man, that's anyway. I saw somebody ask, so that's the book I was referencing, by the way. Just putting it, but yeah, that's wild. Yeah, Gone with Glory is the name of the book. I'm not vouching for it. Brian Steele Wills. I'm just saying that I read the chapter about the film that talks most about this film. That's all. But that's wild. That's some diabolical nonsense right there, man.
So the film, you start with your very typical kind of historical grounding in terms of like, a little kind of like statement about Robert Gould Shaw, right, and then you get right flat into the war. I don't know if it's necessary to go with the statement. You want to read the statement at all?
Well, it's just fascinating. So it's like this is the opening thing is Robert Gould Shaw, son of wealthy Boston abolitionists, was 23 years old when he enlisted in the war between the states. He wrote home regularly, telling his parents of life in the gathering army of the Potomac. These letters are corrected in the Houghton Library of Harvard University. And then, so I just want to make that point that they set it up as though what you're going to hear from him in terms of the letters are actual letters you can go find at fucking Harvard. And that's not true. Right? So I think that is wild, just from an opening thing that they even do that at the beginning.
That's a really good point, because it does set that up. Like for years, I thought these were his actual letters, right? Because then you get immediately, once you get past the title card and TriStar Pictures, you get some of the music and you get voiceover, right? So if you think about basic like montage theory, you're going to associate that with what you then hear. And then for the rest of the movie, you're going to say this is an authentic account that comes from his actual kind of words, right? And so, yeah, this music comes in and I'm watching it and I'm like, oh God, like this is the thing about these movies that get me. It's biblical. You're seeing the tents, right? You're seeing the men kind of walk, right? Like the broken, ready to fight. And I would say for like a 9-10-year-old, it's pretty intoxicating, right? Like it's like, oh wow, like I'm getting the importance, Jay.
I'm going to read a little bit of his first letter. So it's like this little, like, we're such a force, it'd be insane to attack us, da 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 da. The Massachusetts men passed through here this morning. How grand it is to meet the men from all the states, east and west, ready to fight for their country as the old fellows did in the Revolution. But this time we must make it a whole country for all who live here, so that all can speak. Before this war began, many of my regiment had never seen a Negro, and now the roads are choked with the dispossessed. We fight for men and women whose poetry is not yet written, but which will presently be enviable and as renowned as any. I mean, first of all, like when you read his actual letters, which I read some of them, there's a book of his letters, got it on the Internet Archive. nothing. He doesn't write in any way similar to this. Like there's no like literary flourishes in his writings or whatever. But also like that line, whose poetry is not yet written, like Phyllis Wheatley. Like there are literal Black poets in this period before all of this that are literally writing poetry, right? And so this idea too of like, the white. I mean, this is, some people don't like this, but this is absolutely white savior film, like that they're setting up right from the first moment.
Oh, and we're going to talk about some people who don't think of it in that way in 2018, in the big 21st century. Think it's incorrect to describe it that way. That is wild. And to, if I ever knew, definitely didn't remember, but to now be clear that none of that is not only. He didn't write that. He didn't even say that shit. That's
nothing even close to that. Like nothing even close to that. Like his remarks upon Black people are largely around like sort of a disciplined civilizational kind of colonial discourse, right? So it's like raising them up to be real men.
Right.
Kind of thing.
Eventually they'll get there.
Yeah. And so like, which, I think the film does depict in some ways that tendency in him, right? Of this, like, we're going to discipline these people, to be.
But I think it shows it from their point of view in reality. That's why we see them buck dancing and playing with with guns like toys and like children initially when they first get them, and they're rolling around the ground playing war and all of that like children. And then they're coached up to go get killed for real. That's.
I mean, even with that line, whose poetry has not yet been written. I mean, that's liberalism. This idea that, I once had this argument with a bunch of like, they call themselves Marxists, but they're liberals. I said, for y'all, Black people don't become a thing until we become wage workers. We actually did not exist until we became wage workers. Until we could kind of go into your idea of the proletariat, we do not exist. So that is proof to me that y'all are just liberals. And I mean classical liberals, right? And that line is that, right? I remember it stuck out to me. I was like, this is some shit, man. Right? Like this fucking movie, it's setting that up. So,
and that's the Harlem Boys Choir singing behind him while he's reading that initial poem. I don't know if you can hear it because I got it on in the background. I'm watching it. I'm just watching it again in the background.
The entire movie. I forgot. And when the movie was over, because they don't list them until the end. Into the end credits. They're not in the opening credits. I don't think the opening credits are very bad. I think it's just TriStar and Glory. I don't think they have any of the film people in it until the end. And then you get it, and then you get them on like the back end. So you see like Gould Shaw in his first kind of battle. So the other thing that kind of hits me about the film, and you get this big first battle where people get, and we can talk about that. But one of the other things that like hit me kind of in a macro is war film fetish and like the violence of war films, in particularly colonial, or these formative era, and I put those in like quotation marks of nations, right? And the kind of the fetish for the brutality of them. And because the way the film is shot, it is viscerally effective when you watch the war, because there is, I mean, look, when I think about it logically, the brutality of how these wars were fought, I mean, it's pretty fucking intense. Like, because what you see it, like they're frontal, like these men are walking with guns and bayonets, clearly walking at somebody. Like they're just like, marching in formation at each other. There's cannons. Right?
My daughters, they had not seen this before. They were sitting there asking me, is this really they were like, why are they doing it? Like, they were like, hide behind something.
I was like,
I'm sure that's a military tactic.
I was like, what is this, man? So you basically just shoot and then shoot and to wait to go charge and then, see who wins this shit? I was like, this is nuts.
It is just insane, like on a real level, right? Like not even, apologies for the
pre-anesthesia surgeries.
Yes. Yeah. And
which
like
they depict was woo. I was like, man, yeah.
And I do always have a question about that type of warfare too, of like, that those questions that are raised from your daughters and from other people of like, do they actually do that? I've always had that question to some degree, because it's like, and I mean, and historians would be like, yes, they did it just like this. They walked in lines and done. But I'm like, really? like it makes
and I just
no
kept, I would hear the insanity in it. But I said to them, almost joking, but kind of serious, like, I'm sure if you go to a war college, they'll explain why this makes sense. Like,
Right.
like I was like, I'm sure there must be an elite tactician who has studied warfare and said at the time, this is how we must do this. It's the only way. But I was looking at it like, this looks.
But I do think that to the extent that it approximates was real. I mean, first of all, like somewhere between, the estimates have changed historically over the years, but I was always told growing up that like 500,000 Americans died in the Civil War. And then, now I think the estimates are closer to like 850,000 or something like that. So just a huge section of the population died in this war. And there is a certain element of this, and you see this with all wars, but it was very pronounced within World War I too, where they did like the trench warfare and all that shit, of just like how brutal war is, but also how little the ruling class gives a fuck about the working class who goes and fights these wars predominantly, right? And so I do think there are elements of that too, of just like that people would have to be coached against all of their sort of primal instincts around like survival, fight and flight, and like a more guerrilla tendency towards fighting, to like stand in lines and walk towards each other
and like
shoot at each other.
And the thing about it is, I'm not a Civil War like historian or anything like that, or anything like, I don't really know much about it, but there are depictions that get into that, what you're saying, Jay, of a realization. Because one of the things, and I wanted to look at it before, the North had tons of deserters. Like people who were out there, like they got into a battle, they got a scratch, and they was like, I'm out. This shit is whack, right? And it was known, and for some of them, you see it in like letters or even like historical accounts, where it was a kind of understanding that, man, this is some ruling class shit. This shit is, not saying that they were like super wise, but they understood this shit is off, right? And this movie doesn't do that. What it does when you're watching this shit, you're intoxicated by the massive amounts of death and the carnage to feel like this is what was necessary to basically get the kind of next stage that we're at, and also to justify the stage that we're at based on all the lives lost in the previous, right? Because remember, like they're not depicted, right? They're not, I mean, depicted specifically, like they're generic, right? The soldiers, right? They're mostly nameless, and they're given face with like a very two-dimensional kind of framing.
No, I just wanted to, I think you both raised a very good point, and one that I noted watching it last night and just let go, that point about the elite don't care. But I think it's a good point and I think the film does, even unintentionally, but I think it should be given credit for showing it does depict that. Like, you get the sense like these people really don't care. They're up here having wine and champagne, and the music's playing, and the nice clothes, and they're like, "Oh, do tell us about the war." Whatever his name is, I forgot his name already. Do tell us about the front and regale us with the stories of the, we hear we're doing so well, that kind of thing. But I did in that book I mentioned, they recommend a companion documentary that Morgan Freeman actually narrates that came out in 1991 that is on YouTube. And I did watch it. The one of the books suggests that you get more real history, and it's obviously it's a little bit better, but it's not really doing what I think we're trying to do here. One of the scenes though that they do depict are groups of quote unquote free Black men having debates. Like, they're the ones depicted in that documentary saying, "Why are we getting in this war? This isn't for us. I'm already free," was one of the lines that you hear them saying. And I was like, I'm not saying it's right in terms of I'm already free, I don't care about the rest of them. But no, look, I told my daughters last night, I reminded them again when I was on my gun mount, I told them if they start shooting at me, I'm out of here. So I just, reel it back to 1863. I'm not walking in them lines like that. I'm not signing up for that. I'm using this and getting out of here. Anyway, but yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. And all of this is done also through Shaw's eyes. And this is where, where Reed and others are also not being analytical in a way as supposed to be, the great class analyzers that they are. Because this, even if you wanted to leave, and you can't really, wanted to leave the racial aspect of it, having this New Englander, right, be the eye, be the ideological and emotional eye for this entire thing is a problem. And it's going to set a certain kind of perspective, because like the film, man, the zoom shots on Matthew Broderick in this fucking movie are absolutely horrendous. I mean, they milk it. He's like walking amongst the dead, right? So one of the ones is, and the people remember in the film is, guy gets his head blown off in front of him, right? And he gets shot, like, I think he gets like grazed in the neck and he goes down.
It reminded me of the Trump shot so much, like the little bit of blood like trickling down his ear. And he's
except
like,
it's even more fake.
Like,
because one of the things that I read, they said in real life, it didn't even break his skin. So there was no blood in real life, apparently. But I get it too. After all that, I'd have been digging a little.
Yep.
I'm hurt.
Oh man. So but then when he's like on the ground, and when he wakes up, there's like a glaring light. And who comes out of the light?
Oh, that I caught.
Morgan Freeman.
I said
Morgan Freeman. And I was
Magic Negro, the perfect entrance. I caught when they saw. I said last night. I said, "Oh my God!" But to your point, just quickly, to me, you've hit the nail on the head. It doesn't, Jay. What you're saying about the fakeness of the letters is, I think, very important and revealing. But I think it's ultimately much more secondary than to the point that we're being told of all of this through him. I don't care if all the shit is true. I don't care if all of everything about what they say of him is true. We're still getting it through him. And he could very much be a background character if we're getting this told through the eyes of a real trip, for instance. I'd have loved that story, for instance, like how to like that. But yeah, so like that's the whole, that protects the film, almost guaranteeing that they can't fuck it up from their political perspective. That is, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the whole thing. I mean, and this is where we're getting ahead of all this, but it is such a 80s ideological, and we'll get to the North versus South thing too, because I also think when we get to Montgomery, there's a lot that could be done with even these nuances or these differences between different forms of Black regiments, but also some of the different white politics, because Montgomery, although he is racist, has a different set of politics that are actually quite interesting and also abolitionist and come from a different background than this like elite New England. And I think that that's like this whole part of what I'm getting at is that you still have this elite liberal northern thing, right? That is still around, that looks down upon everything south of the Mason-Dixon line as backwards and, all of that, right? And that is the perspective that you're given is like, I don't know where Gould went to school. I haven't looked at or Gould Shaw went to school or if he I know he enlists very young, but like, he's Ivy League type white dude, and from a very elite family. And I think that's your vantage point right from the beginning. He's also a coward, right? Like he does develop his own kind of strength. I think probably in real life as well as in the movie to some extent, but at the beginning of it, you're sort of like this cowardly northern guy who is leading men into charge and like, a shot fired and lays down on the ground and leaves his men to get blown away basically, and is rescued by Morgan Freeman, after everybody's dead basically.
That was my thought. I was like, homie, you just lead, like, tell him to do something. Tell him to run. You know what I'm saying? You captain, because that's one of the things they say, he's promoted to captain, right? But this is like the funny thing, because in the next scene you get after, Morgan, wakes him up and he watches the kind of survey of like all the dead, on the ground and all that type of stuff. He's in this sequence where he's getting his neck prepared, and behind a sheet there's a man getting his leg sawed off, right? Which is intense. But what that does, if you think about a kind of like identification to kind of Lara Shihai here, right, is like the identifications become completely with Shaw's fears. So his fears become our fears, right? So the kind of cowardice doesn't really read that way. It becomes like a sensible kind of thing, and it becomes the dominant kind of way we're supposed to understand the Civil War is through this New Englander's, not only his intellect, but also like his emotional state, right? So, and yes, granted, look, if I had to hear that shit would be, I actually couldn't do it. I gotta go out the room, yo. But that's the thing. It's like they're setting up these convenient things that they can manufacture for us. And we're going to emotionally basically take on his character for the entire film, which is the emotions of a New Englander, right? Who has a particular class position and then a particular ideological position for this war to happen. And that becomes the dominant thing that gets like, cemented in this movie.
Whoever was doing the acting and the screaming did a good job, though. It was chilling,
rough,
and I was even sitting there like, "Can this scene please? We could wrap this up already." I was on. The way he was screaming, "Please stop cutting," was like very well done. So, yeah.
And I mentioned earlier that my mom probably wouldn't have watched it, and this is the reason why my mom hates movies with like violence and torture and this kind of like,
I remember as a kid, I remember as a kid seeing that scene and like it fucking me up. I was like, oh man, like this is a lot, right? But not to like belabor this point, but think about that, what it does to you. It's like it's almost like a scared straight, when they would take like kids to prison to make them act right. This is like the scared straight, like this is how I love America, motherfucker. People got their legs sawed off for you, Negro, which is kind of what Morgan Freeman actually says. Actually, that's actually what Morgan Freeman says to Denzel.
Them white boys dying up the road there for you, boy. And it's the dude from The Sopranos that tells him there's good men dying up that road there.
Mark Margolis from Scarface.
Oh, Scarface. That's
also,
where I should have. That's
Scarface.
That's my bad. I should have called that one, not Sopranos. I take that back.
And also Breaking Bad.
Yeah,
That's
Breaking
right.
Bad and
That's right. And
Will
Better
Smith.
Call Saul.
Ding, 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 ding.
I did want to read one quote from this guy, Kevin Levin, who wrote a book on Gould Shaw. And this was just about the letters. It's just quick. I'll read through. He says, "You will find nothing in Shaw's wartime correspondence that reflects the thoughts about slavery and the purpose of the war in the above fictional letter." This is referencing that first one. Shaw came into contact with hundreds of enslaved people during his time with the 2nd Massachusetts and Virginia and Maryland, but that had little, if any, impact on his view of the war. Much of what he had to say about African Americans was laced with racist references and a paternalism that was typical of elite Northern men like Shaw. Early in the war, Shaw was preoccupied with issues like discipline among the rank and file, and especially in securing a promotion in rank. Shaw remained consistent in this regard even after he accepted the command of the 54th Massachusetts and transferred to the Sea Islands off the coast of South Carolina and Georgia. What stands out in his correspondence with his abolitionist parents back on Staten Island is the wide gulf between how they viewed the war and Shaw's more pragmatic outlook on the war, one that surfaced numerous times, especially over the issue of emancipation. So, again, I just wanted to raise that this is a guy who's is a historian of Shaw in particular, writing about that stuff.
And can I just add that in again, not enough research at all, but I was going through and looking through Google Scholar and just looking for old reviews and stuff. Even the few critical ones that I saw never got to that. They never even made the point about the inaccuracy of the letters. And they would point to at least one Pulitzer Prize winning historian that praised the film for its overall accuracy. So that's very important. And again, to the point about why using him as the frame to tell the story is inappropriate out the gate.
Which is like a perfect dovetail, because then the next thing they do is they send him back to New England. So you're then thrust into the kind of New England part. And I've never been attracted to any of that shit even in movies. I like Civil War, Revolutionary War era clothes, the music. It's always probably because Black people are always butlers, and if they're not, they're Andre Braugher in the scene, right? So I'm just like, fuck this shit. This era sucks, right? And yeah, you get it. He's in there. He's in his home environment, right? But he's war torn and he's a bit shell shocked. So you're getting the slow motion, right?
You see him spill the punch when somebody closes the shutter.
Yeah. Andre Braugher was like, "My friend, what's wrong with you?" With his good Juilliard speech, right? And yeah, he has his friend Thomas, right, who's a made up character, right? Who played by Andre Braugher, who is you later find out he grew up with him, right? They grew up together. So they want to, he's grown up with Black people. He knows Negroes, right? He is a friend of the Negro. He's grown up with them, so forth and so on, right? And, they're talking, and then you get, Shaw's introduction to Frederick Douglass, who's in the film, really for a drop, right? And there's the discussion about the creation of a Black regiment of soldiers, which Jay has already pointed out there had already been one, right? They had already been one established by that time.
Multiple. Yeah.
Multiple. I know there was at least one, right? Okay.
I mean, something to say just historically, like folks read chapter 4. Read Black Reconstruction in America,
right.
But chapter 4 and 5, right, are the General Strike and the Coming of the Lord are the names of the two chapters. And the General Strike really gets in, I think, quite well to this history because I think another important point to say is when he's in the tent getting worked on, the doctor talks to him about, did you hear
Emancipation
Lincoln's going to free the slaves, like the Emancipation Proclamation thing. And that just comes right before this. So you get this like, and Gould Shaw's comments are like, what? My God.
And they do it kind of slickly too. I caught the line. The one delivering the news says, well, in the seceding territories, at least.
Yeah.
So they acknowledge the reality that Lincoln didn't free anybody where it would have meant anything, but they just kind of, it just kind of It just was, yeah.
Totally. But I think like the piece that Du Bois brings in, right, is that the Emancipation Proclamation was responding to something that was caused by Black folks in the South, right? Which was that they all left their plantations, right? And wherever the Union Army was marching in the South, they went to the Union Army because they understood like we should be supporting like whatever they're fighting for is not really important. These people are fighting against our masters and their kids and so on and so forth. And so we should be supporting that military and getting away from these plantation, conditions, right? And this happened on such a scale that what happened is the military, certain officers when the military began to use them as is depicted in the film to some degree in like service positions and then eventually to go on raids and stuff like that. We'll talk about those depictions a little later on because I think they're quite, there's a lot of problems with how that's depicted within the film. But that happened. So they took their labor, and this is what Du Bois calls the general strike. Like they took their labor away from the South and gave it to the Northern Army. And so this was a reality that the Union military just had to deal with and figure out what to do, because the initial proclamations from Lincoln and stuff like that were like, no, like don't take them in, return them, like all this kind of stuff, because it wasn't supposed to be about slavery. But the military was like, one, we can't stop them from coming. Like they just keep coming. And if they're going to be here, we need their help. We need them at least to do work and to help like get food and all these other things, right? And so this is the momentum that led to the creation of Black units. It was because there were Black people, their own historical, agency and work in this moment. It wasn't because of these, there was this other Northern abolitionist thing going on, and that is part of the story of the 54th. But the Emancipation Proclamation is responding to that energy as well.
Yeah, and that's what's really sick about the movie to me. Kind of what you're saying is to kind of button it, is it does with that kind of whispering moment, and then tying that next to the scene with Frederick Douglass, it makes abolitionism from the North and from the North intelligentsia the reason why this has all happened. And like, they only have one Black person in that as well, too, Frederick Douglass, and he's in it for like very, very, very little. Because even Thomas is kind of a bystander, right? You don't get a sense that Thomas is involved in abolition work. He works for Shaw's dad. So he probably is doing something, but like, is he an interlocutor on some level? Is he drafting things? Is he giving thoughts? Is he giving strategy? Or is he just paper pushing? Right? Like, you don't really kind of get a sense. And in a way, the way Thomas is kind of set up throughout the movie, you kind of get a sense that he doesn't really have any kind of formed thoughts outside of reading his Hawthorne or whatever shit that he likes to talk about when he's with the lower level Negroes.
Thank you both for bringing that up. And sorry I had to deal with something real quick, but that's one of the notes that I had too. They leave out all of the Black-led insurrection. They leave out anything about John Brown. They leave out even in terms of Thomas's character, you don't get any sense that he would have been, which is likely the case, aware of abolitionist efforts, even among the Black bourgeoisie, among whom John Brown was organizing and calling out. You know what I'm saying? Like, Harry, like we don't hear about Harry. There's nothing. I don't even think that they even mention the Underground Railroad at any point. Like, is it even mentioned? No. So like, there's no sense that anyone is doing anything. And then Thomas's character, in a very disingenuous way, is meant to be, as you're just saying, reflective of, even among the so-called free, they're raised up among the good whites and given this elite intelligence, and then it's through that agency that they seek out their own so-called freedom and liberation. Like there's nothing moving him in that direction outside of what elite whites are doing, which was so yeah. So I appreciate all of that.
Yeah, and we'll come back to Harriet Tubman because this movie, it's diabolical actually what this movie does with the Harriet Tubman piece.
That's
just
right.
absolutely historically.
I actually forgot about that. That's right.
Well, how would you're meant to him too, man? Why would you think of Harriet or anyone?
But let me just
there's
say
no black press.
Right now. So
there's nothing.
I'll just say it right now that one of the stories of the 54th Massachusetts is that they are one of the regiments, along with I think some of Montgomery's troops as well, that go on the Combahee raids that Harriet Tubman leads as the fucking spy to free, right? Emancipate 850 or 900, some huge number of enslaved people in one raid, right? And so that story literally could just be a quick scene in this movie, and you could put her in. I mean, so that they don't even mention her, right?
They do, and they throw in
say Combahee at one point.
They say it.
Combahee is mentioned, yeah,
but not in that context.
Not in that context, and
in the context of looting, it's mentioned. I think
that's right.
Correctly.
Yes. And we'll come back to it with Montgomery.
Imagine imagine the concept of looting. You are yourself being called fucking contraband, and they're saying that you're looting because you took some shit from people who used to own you. Are you out of your? I was like, God damn, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Woo! All right. Yeah.
So a couple of things to kind of another inaccuracies or liberties is and they, people will argue this is like a script thing. So Shaw's then offered the regiment, clearly there, right? Which might have happened. I don't know how it was happened, but this idea that he took it immediately is also wrong. He thought about it for a while. He was dedicated to the other thing. And one of the things that I've seen from several sources is that he was also concerned about his career advancement. He basically had the thought, is this a shit detail? Let's just keep it real. He sat in his New England home with his tea, reading his Hawthorne, going, is this a shit detail? Right? And but eventually I don't know, maybe one you guys know why he eventually chose to do it. I don't know if I have a definitive on that, but of course he eventually made the decision to kind of take on this, but it was not something that he was like, he didn't go to his homie and say, I'm gonna do it. With the music on the side and bring his homie along, and then his black homie, and they go off as
his drunken philandering. You're not serious, Robert.
And I gotta say, why do we always need the white guy who's broken, who then needs to go amongst and do this thing amongst, whether it's black people or a bunch of women or something like that, who finds their humanity? Because by the end of the movie, Cary Elwes is he's dodging gats. He's hitting people with slides and shit. Cary Elwes is like Batman by the end.
I said he was movie. John Wick with a sword at the end. He was in that joint.
The music, I'm like, oh shit, homie just hit a little hit. He's Barry Sanders.
Exactly. They're doing spins on the field. I was like, whoa, okay. He overcame.
He's farmhand Wesley from The Princess Bride by the end.
Wesley in action. Yes, exactly.
So go ahead, Jay.
Well, obviously that's a whole fictionalized scene. As you mentioned, he said no twice, eventually said yes. I don't have real insights into why he did, although I do think, based on what I could tell, I think his family, because they were more abolitionists, and there was people like Frederick Douglass and the governor. That's a real thing. So the governor of Massachusetts, who's depicted there, really did sponsor this unit or whatever, right? And so I think a lot of his concern was what you're talking about. It was not only like that it's a shit detail, but there's sort of a line or two, and a lot of it comes through Cary Elwes's character, of this idea that like people are really gonna not like that you're doing this, right? Which, like, we have to be honest, right? This is America. That would be one attitude, right? That definitely existed among white people. It's like you can't, and you see that through the film, and I think that part is represents certainly a racist there's multiple forms of racist white attitudes within the film, and of course historical ones. But one would be, you can't let these people into the military, right? And so I think he was worried about the politics of it and became convinced that it wouldn't be such a big deal at some point, that it wouldn't necessarily be a like kind of political military career suicide for him to take it on. And it did allow him, of course, to move to the rank of colonel, which he really wanted, right? Which was, I think that was a big part of it too.
Apparently, one of the things I think they were talking about him that I read for today said that one of the accuracies of the film was that he did apparently write home about how well these black soldiers were training and showing that they would perform. And in fact, to respond to the concern that they would either desert or be afraid to fight or something like that, he said he had a line in one of his letters apparently that says something to the effect that the bigger problem would be getting them to stop fighting once they get started. And I wanted to take that as, because that's the sentiment that was left out of the film that led you all to do this in the first place. Because I remember one of Aptheker's books, he cites a letter written from an elite white of the time saying the point, if we don't free them on our terms, they'll free themselves on their own. So there was this sentiment like they're going to get free on one way or another, and they keep insurrecting and poisoning us and burning fields and doing all this other shit. We might as well. And then once Lincoln saw that they needed the help, I mean, that was part of the Emancipation Proclamation too. It wasn't just to quote unquote free people, but it was to bring black people into the army, into the war, into the war.
That's a great point. Jay, you want to say something?
Just to say too that, yeah, I mean, and it was Lincoln who was the primary person who was against that too for a very long time. And it was the military brass that was like, no, we need to do this, basically, and pushing him. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's one of the interesting things about the depiction of the camp. So he takes it and then you get immediately dropped into like the camp in Massachusetts where they're going to begin to start enlisting and training the soldiers. And the thing that always kind of, the way I always kind of experienced it was black people are just in this weird limbo space. This is the movie, watching the movie, right? And they're in this limbo space, and basically the military's existence gives them an opportunity to kind of realize themselves. That's how I experienced the film. And when I was watching, I watched it again because even how they show the shots, I mean, they're kind of aimless. They walk kind of jumbled around. They have no order. They're undisciplined. And you see Shaw on the horse looking over them, right? Even Elwes, who's supposed to be a bit undisciplined, he has a bit more discipline. And he's used as this weird bridge. It's the shit that liberals do. Because of his undisciplined nature, he's a bridge to blackness. I'm just gonna breathe that one out. That's some fucking heavily weird shit, right? So this becomes an organizing opportunity for them, and it gives black people an attempt at dignity. What the film wants to do is basically that they underestimate their dignity. Not Cary Elwes, so he kind of gets it pretty early, right? But Shaw like underestimates, and he gets a white lesson in how quickly they respond to given order. But to the point of what is actually historically accurate about Black people just basically out here freeing ourselves, right? We out here like, fuck the bullshit. It wasn't that. Right. And they want to kind of make it that we were just an aimless lot that needed this intervention from. And this is where Reed is then wrong again. If you want to leave the kind of like singular white state, fine, well, let's leave that. No, it's about America as a white supremacist project as the savior for Black people, right? And this is how the section kind of works. Like they kind of come in, they're given tents, right? They're given kind of order, right? And you get your kind of introduction. You get Braugher's in there. Now you get the shot where he sees Morgan Freeman. The magic man is not, it really is like the man who was like the mythical magic man. He's like a ghost in the movie, kind of, right? And then you also get, when you get inside the tent, you get introduced to Denzel's character, Trip. And then the other character, I always forget his name. The guy who kind of stutters in the film. I always forget that guy's his name.
Did he even get a name? I feel like I just watched it the other night and don't remember hearing his name at all.
His name is deeply unfortunate.
Oh wow!
His name in the film is Sharts.
Are you serious?
Yes. That's the name of his character. His character is named Sharts, and I had to look it up because I was like, maybe I'm mishearing it. Maybe they're saying sharp or something like that. It's like, no.
And given that these are all made up characters, somebody's having fun, right? Somebody in the script room was having a laugh, as they say in England, marioting.
The stuttering Negro is called Sharts.
Wow. So we're Jar Jar Binksing in Civil War history. Like,
I do want to underscore one point too, right? Because Frederick Douglass was just like passively dealt with in that one scene, and there's a lot of things they could have done in this movie, and the movie's long enough as it is, so like whatever. But he was central to the recruitment efforts of the 54th, and not in some token like here he is next to the governor, say hello, Matthew Broderick kind of way. He was actually out recruiting, and he was giving speeches. And this is another thing that's missing from the film is an articulation from Black characters or Black people of why to join the military and what was to be gained by it, right? And people can feel, I'm sure there's mixed feelings about what Frederick Douglass's position on this was, right? But his position was essentially like, if we're going to earn our freedom, we don't want it to be because white people free us. We want to free ourselves. And he also believed that it was the pathway to citizenship, that if Black people participated in mass in the military, that it would be very hard to deny them citizenship after the Civil War, right? And again, like there's going to be different feelings about whether that was the correct path to take, but that was his argument, right? And I think that's all gone from the film too.
And in the documentary that is recommended that I mentioned earlier, you see that scene depicted, or you see that depicted in the scene. You see Douglass making a speech to Black men saying, we don't want to be freed by these white men. Like we need to participate. And to your point, if a film is made that frames this story differently, that is a very compelling through line. I mean, first of all, the idea that you don't have a movie about Douglass and his sons being the way this story is told, given even the way white people in this country talk about Frederick Douglass and the Black bourgeoisie talk about Douglass, you would think that that would have been even almost a more natural way of doing a counterinsurgent version of it, even. But
it could still be quite diabolical the way that
absolutely
they could do it.
Yeah. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, exactly. But they don't even want to do that. And one of the especially not in the 80s, when they do this in 2020, when they remake this, when they do Glory in the 21st century, they'll probably will do it that way, and it will be much more sophisticated and diabolical. Oh, but that was one of the points that in one of the criticisms that I've read about this film, they actually make a point that Adolph Reed mistakenly falls into in his own criticism that I know we'll eventually get to, but that there's this, as this one article argues, there's this long sort of cottage industry or history of diminishing Frederick Douglass when you, despite all of the depiction of the Civil War in these times, and they in that article reference Spielberg's Lincoln film negatively. Reed brings it up as a positive. And in Lincoln, what I remember from Lincoln is that Frederick Douglass isn't mentioned at all. There is not even anyone depicting him in the film. He has no lines. Like he's erased entirely in that film. So for Reed to come back and say that glory is great in the tradition of, or vice versa, Lincoln's in the tradition of glory. This other article I'm referencing, and I should get their name and credit them, but they're making I think a very good point that glory demonstrates that Frederick Douglass is reduced, like, of all the people. And now that I think about it, there's no major motion picture film about Frederick Douglass that I'm aware of. Is there? And you would think that'd be easy.
Not any kind of like definitive one. I don't think
he's always some background character in whatever I've seen him in. He's always.
And then I haven't actually watched any of these John Brown movies. Is he featured in them?
No. And very interestingly, in that now I can't remember the name of it, and I just looked at all of it, but he's depicted very briefly and very negatively. And this, I'm thinking this is in the McBride book. No, this is in the McBride book, not in the series. But he's always diminished. He's always in the background. In the McBride book, he's depicted as a kind of shady, dirty old man.
Yeah, I mean, and it's funny. And the one, I think I talked about this briefly, and we can move. But the script that I was hired to write about John Brown, they didn't want to feature him heavily. And I remember a discussion was that there hadn't been a strong thing about it, about Douglass. So it actually was. But I don't know how they would have wanted. Ultimately, they would have wanted to depict him. So one of the interesting things I think what the film then gets into is when you start to also situate Black characters with each other. So when you get in the tent, you get Tripp, Sharts, Morgan Freeman's character, the
Rawlins,
drumming Rawlins, right? And Thomas, and they're inside the tent, right? And they begin to have their conversations, right? And Tripp is immediately, live wire, antagonistic, always pushing buttons, crossing lines, so forth and so on. So that's what you're gonna get from him, right? And it's Denzel, and I think Denzel's probably his most I think like strongest currency as an actor is he's able to do anything and be charming. So he can make any kind of character charming. So where like another actor would play that and you would totally hate that person, he does it and you're charmed by him, right? And they play upon the things where you should see Thomas as stuffy and you be willing to kind of get played on. You would just see Sharks as dumb and he can't really get it. Rawlins will always be principled, right? So they'll limit the interaction, right? And he'll be for the right moment when he has to then, take him and, give him the kill your brain cells, son speech, by a little bit later. It really is like him and Sam's. But so you get that. The thing that struck me about this, and it's kind of without it, and that's what I think I said this earlier, is I didn't think about this until just watching it today. This does seem like a depiction of Black politics of the 80s being transferred to that period. Because I'm like, look, I'm not saying there wouldn't be these kinds of like discussions, but I'm like, I just can't imagine that they would be this way. And it gets more and we'll get to that scene.
You mean how he's acting in the tent?
Yeah, how he's acting in the tent, his particular perspectives. I'm thinking about that, and then largely the kind of way that he's being with them, this idea that that if you put them in there, they're all going to kind of be combustible, all these different kinds of Black people, right?
So I got to admit, when I'm watching this again, I told my daughters I was triggered by that scene. Because my initial experience on the ship, when I first got to my ship, was very much like that. And I got the snowflake treatment, being the mixed dude, the light-skinned dude, the one who he talked proper from the suburbs. I got that treatment. And there was a dude, I could even call him by name, who was the trip to my snowflake. The difference was my reaction, though. That was the thing that was bothering me about the movie. It was like, if we're going to put a snowflake in there, let's get it a little bit more accurate. There was a little bit more give back. There was a little bit more like, like I wasn't quite him, but there was that sense of, I do remember it, that was that sense of the doors closed. There's no more white folks around. There's no more authority but us. And there is this sort of, who's the new dude, or who am I as the new person? And I need to establish myself, and I need to, there's a lot of punking, and it was a little bit.
And that's kind of to my point, though, because that's what, 1990. What year is that?
And that would have been 1980. That would have been 1990, January of 1990.
That actually kind of I think supports my point. I think the antagonisms that really existed of that time, they're trying to transfer them to 100 years before, as if Black people have been in this kind of stuck space of discourse for this long. And I'm like, that's just ahistorical, because you have to think about for how we were having conversations with each other in 90. You got to get to 130 years of shit that we had been through. So it just seemed like an ahistorical social relation. I'm not saying there wouldn't have been antagonisms, but I didn't trust the read. The read felt off. And it really, and we'll get to there, it really gets bad when Shaw and Tripp have their one-on-one by the lake. I was like, this is some existential shit that ain't right. That's not it.
That's where I was like, if I was in the theater, I would have walked out. That was the moment, like even watching it again, I was like, I'm not, I had forgotten that scene. And you see them building up where you see Tripp standing off looking up, and here comes Broderick. And I'm like, I was like, what are they doing? What are they doing? But then you make your point right on. That was deep. The point about the transferring the context backwards, because you're right. I'm literally right. This movie's coming out as I'm having that exact moment, but it's 100 years later. That's deep.
He does the joke he does make is that I did think was funny, and this goes to your charming point, right? Is they ask him where he, like, Rollins finally says, "What about you? Where are you from?" Right? Because Tripp's doing this whole thing of like asking him all where he's from, and then like, giving them a read, making fun of them, whatever, talking shit about them. And he says he's from Tennessee. He supposedly ran away from slavery when he was 12, is what he says, which is also like, doesn't seem true given the story and given how many lashes he has on his back and all that kind of stuff, but whatever. And he says, "What have you been doing since?" He says, "Ran for president."
Yeah, that was fun.
Didn't win though. And then they all laugh.
And he's good at it, and they're all good at it, like they're like laughing, and it's a typical thing. It's the typical military movie thing, right?
And if I could also just finish, that actually reminds me, the brother that I'm thinking of that I was triggered by that scene was also from Tennessee, was also very charming, and we did become at least somewhat friendly and even hung out a little bit. So it was like it was even in that, I'm going to fuck with you to let you know that I'm intending to be the alpha, or whatever this ridiculous concept of the alpha is. But I am a little bit funny, and we might even have some fun together, as long as you understand that I'm still him. And when it comes down, because Trip was always the one ready to, until Morgan Freeman puts him in his place.
Right. So then, like, the next leg they do from that is, it's funny how this movie is constructed, right? Because then you see them in the eating area. Thomas is trying to talk to Cary Elwes, and Shaw has to admonish him that you shouldn't do that. And then you also get Thomas's elitism, right? That, like, how is it, it's very charming and, yes, charming conversation, all that shit. And it's funny how it's dealt with, because it actually, I think Schwick thinks he probably was making like a comment on Thomas, but he actually isn't, right? I think his own underlying classism comes in what he thinks that he is doing, he's depicting. I don't think he's very aware of it because of how he's trying to frame it, right? But the big thing is, Elwes, like I said, is, he's like the bridge between the Negroes, because he's a bit more like, cavalier. And Shaw has like, I got to rein this project in, right? I got all these black people. I got to rein this project in. So this is one of the more interesting parts of the movie. They bring in the trainer, the Irishman.
Boyo.
Boy. So now the thing about this sequence that hits me, I'm going to say it straight out. There's a line in it that Cary Elwes says, that he says the Irish, I don't know the exact line, something like the Irish have never been known yet. That what's the line, Jay? And I want to say something about that. What's the line?
Yeah, apologies for the language. The Irish are not rooted for their fondness with the coloreds.
So because of this movie, I thought that Irish people did not like black people. I'm gonna be straight out.
So,
and
sorry, go ahead. Yeah, no, sorry.
And I actually want some clarity on this, because then, like, besides, I was like, what is? Because then years later, I learned about the all revolutionaries in Ireland. I even went to Ireland, had a great time, all that type of stuff. I know about Irish Americans, and I know the differences, right? But I remember this movie, though, had me had a particular view of the Irish because of this sequence, that I was like, oh no, they're like worse than like New Englanders, right? And so I remember that with this, because the way he kind of gets at him is just rough. I mean, it's Officer and the Gentleman reverse. It's now the white dude to the black people,
So that's interesting. One of the criticisms in that book that I mentioned, that chapter talks about how this film, one of the huge mistakes of this film is in dealing with this issue, is that it leaves out that the exact time this is happening, the draft riots in New York are happening. And then they go into talking about the Gangs of New York film. And Shaw's family, I think they're caught up in that draft riot stuff. And I think somebody loses their life, or somebody, like something like in his family. Like, so you have the Douglas connection to the 54th that they could have gone into, and you have the Shaw connection to the draft riots up, in the North, where the Irish are rebelling, and everybody's that could have added, so I just thought that was interesting. That none of that, and I had the same thing, like, oh yeah, the Irish, and then looking back now, though, it's also like another way of because I also thought of Sinners. It's another way of kind of immaturely, or like giving some sort of reference to this history, but not really getting into it. Like, you could have said something interesting about why are the Irish positioned. Like, I interrupted the movie to tell my daughters a little something about this the other night. I was like, there's a reason why the Irish are in this position. Like, these are the things the movies and then these popular narratives never do, about how various communities end up where they end up. Not to justify or give excuse to, but just explain, like, why is this dude here? So yeah, anyway, I just thought, but that part would have been, I would have liked to see a little, they could have thrown a line in there, about, anyway, that was just wild to me. I didn't even, because I never thought about that.
I want him and Trip to have a convo about class politics.
Or what if, you know, because like, what if you think about what could have, you know, you have, what if instead of this Trip Broderick bullshit, what if you have Douglas's son saying to Shaw in some conversation, if they have to have one, because by the way, my other military thing was the ranks don't talk like that. So this would have never happened. Never mind the race and never mind the other bullshit. The ranks don't talk like this. This dude would never be talking to this guy directly for any reason whatsoever. But anyway, so it was like, if you're going to have that, have Broderick's like, well, my uncle just some shit in the draft riot, and Douglas's son could be like, you know, I don't know, whatever they be saying, it would have been better than that, is really what I'm saying. I'm not a script writer. Figure it out, brilliant people. But that could have been so much. But I thought, you know, reading that chapter, I was fascinated by it. I didn't even think about that. And then to give the author credit again, that chat, you know, the way they've kind of fade into a discussion of gangs of New York and talking about films that talk about these histories was pretty slick. Like, that's, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a larger just Hollywood thing, and just also just bourgeois storytelling and stuff, is just this idea that people possess some kind of essence, you know, like that these people are, you know, they are to represent for some essential thing that can just be found in nature, right? As opposed to, there are historical factors that produce different, you know, types of people and attitudes as well. I mean, I do that, you know, the Irish American history, especially for folks who know my own family history, it is one of those things, because I have the Irish American military history heavily within my family, and that side of my family is very fucking racist, right? And it has always bothered me, because it's like there are these great other traditions of, you know, Irish republicanism, Irish socialism, Irish internationalism. Even there was, you know, it's still a kind of checkered history, but there is a whole history. Frederick Douglass goes to Ireland at one point. There's a connection made to some of the Irish movements at the time between him, and so on and so forth. So there is nuance and interesting aspects to that history. There is also this type of figure that I think he does represent something real, which is sort of the Irish overseer / Irish military man. Like, he makes this comment also about Hindus, right? Which, of course, the Irish were heavily involved in the British military, even in like genocidal shit that was going on in India, right? And so there is all of that, but there is like the removal of discussions of, you know, colonialism and the options that are available to certain people, and sort of all of that, you know. And that's the same thing that it does to, I think, by negating any of these discussions of like Frederick Douglass, or real substantive discussion of like, why are the Black people, you know, doing this? What is their motivations around these things? It's all kind of removed, and they're just dealt with as these kind of natural people that just come here and do these things and behave this kind of certain way.
One of the letters that now that we know are entirely made up, that we hear being read at the camp, makes your point. He's writing home, and he's like, the way they just, as soon as the drilling is over, and he has a line even where he says, all you see is the white of their teeth, you know, from all the joviality or whatever, and all the happiness and and they're just relaxed, and they just fall into this essence of blackness.
They are almost grave and sedate under instruction, and they restrain themselves. But the moment they are dismissed from drill, every tongue is relaxed, and every ivory tooth is visible, and you wouldn't know from the sound that this is an army camp. They must have learned this from hours of meaningless, inhuman work. To set their minds free so quickly, it gives them great energy, and there is no doubt we'll leave this state as fine a regiment as any that has marched as ever. Your son, Robert.
Yo,
it totally made up. Totally
dude,
made up.
Someone needs to do like
made up.
Someone needs to do a comedy like live reading of the Robert Gould Shaw letters from Glory, the fake Robert Gould Shaw letters from Glory, because this shit is hilarious. To kind of close the point, one about the Irish part, to kind of, so I think about like this movie, right? And then you have something like Patriot Games, which comes out a few years later, right? So I think all Irish people hate black people, period. Like, it's this blanket. The Irish, they're like one large kind of like sector. Then I get this depiction of like wild, crazy Irish terrorists, right? I'm never going to investigate unless I have a real intervention, any kind of thought around their material history and how those things happen. And this is where this shit is fucked up. Because, yeah, there's probably, like you said, there's a kernel of truth to this kind of person. But doing this little shit, this is how you actually don't make revolutionary connections. This is actually like the real psyop moment. It's the little shit like this. Because like I'm telling you, I thought I was like, I ain't fucking with no Irish. Why? Because Glory told me Irish people were bad.
And then the Patriot Gates told me that they hate, they all they want to do is blow up the America where I might be. And then of course on top of it, they're all drunk.
They're drunk.
There's also another great movie in this is Blown Away with Tommy Lee Jones.
Where
he plays this unhinged Irish terrorist that's just running around New York like blowing shit up like
that. Then we have so many like weird canted shots. And what's up with Jeff? It's Jeff Bridges, right? Jeff Bridges. What's up with him and doing movies about terrorists? But anyway, we can. Was it Arlington Road? Remember that one? Remember that movie?
A lot, anyway. Actually. I watched that movie. Yes, a lot. That's too many times actually. But yeah.
So yeah, and then so kind of coming back to like the whole thing about the teeth. So you get like the deserters part where it's Lee, right? Lee sends out the decree about anyone who's caught. Soldiers fighting on the Union will be put to death, and whites too, and you get Cary Elwes, I understand if you're not here in the morning. Right? Like, and I'm like, my thought about that was also kind of like, but they got to go to battle. I don't really get why this is like real like existential crisis. Isn't that what happens when you walk in front of guns with cannons and that you
well I guess if you're a white officer, at least maybe deep in the back part of your mind is that if I get caught, I'm still at least going to be treated with some level of I don't know.
It's weird. It's weird because the way that it doesn't make any sense. The way they depict the fighting, it's just like it's literally a dice roll. Did the bullet just not go your way, right? Like so, like, but it's the convenient setup because all they really want to set up is the next morning. Elwes is still there, right? And then you get the big pan shot, and the Negroes are there. Da da da. That black spirit.
The essence of blackness.
It's so American. It is like the best kind of American. And I'm like, oh, this fucking movie's diabolical, bro. This is some fucked up shit, right? They're all ready to go. Yeah, because you think about contrast too. You have the rain when they get the letter. You get Rawlins patrolling, and I mean, he's so magical. You almost don't even know
Rawlins on the broomstick.
Holding a broomstick.
It's not even a real gun yet. And he's out there in the rain holding a broomstick on duty.
On it, right? And then the next morning is clear skies. It's clear skies.
Wow.
Clear skies.
Did y'all notice too, like Tripp is the only one who sleeps soundly? He's like, fuck it, I don't care.
I ain't going.
Oh no, I didn't catch that. That's funny.
Yeah, all the rest of them are like up, like, oh, should I leave? Like, what do I do?
Come on, man. You think they really tripping? Like maybe Thomas, I don't know, maybe it gets real to Thomas. I can maybe get the way they depict Thomas. It can get real to him, but like, come on, dude. Like,
doesn't he say to Thomas, "You could go if you're not here"? Doesn't he say to him too, or is that just his friend?
I can't remember if he said to Thomas. There's something said to
Maybe
Thomas
not.
thinks about it. I think there's like a moment to kind of make us understand this is like existential for Thomas.
Wow.
So then you get more of the training stuff, and then you start to get Thomas and huh?
Yeah, I mean, one of the training scenes, so you get I mean, one of the things we should mention too is that Shaw is depicted as having like PTSD also. Like, so there are all these moments, like it happens in the house where a window slams and he's like, oh, and drops his tea or whatever. And then, this happens again during one of the training scenes, but it kind of sparks him into this scene where, so Sharts, I'm sorry, that's his name, is doing target practice, and he's like really good, like he's a shooter, right? But is this weird scene where then Shaw goes up to him and is like, do it faster, and all this stuff, and like, come on, and racing him, because of course they have to. And this is the other just wild thing about warfare back then, which is true, is that they have these single loaded muskets that they have to like pack down, and can shoot one shot, and a good shooter can shoot 3 shots in a minute, right? Like this whole time you're like marching towards each other in lines. I think the other part of that marching in lines too is that the accuracy is like not that good, but
I can't change batteries of a controller 3 times in a minute.
Yeah. And so then he demands that Cabot, Cary Elwes' character, hands him his rifle, and he's just firing shots right behind his head into the air as he's trying to reload, and he can't do it, right? And so then he's like, train them properly kind of thing, which, I mean, on some level you get it, because this is supposed to be that like, this is real and they need to be actually prepared for battle. And in battle, Shaw understands how scary it is, how distracting, how much noise and all of that stuff there would be. But it's just a very, I don't know, it's a hard, that's a rough scene to watch.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, then they also dovetail it with the next scene where Cabot and Shaw have their big kind of like, intense discussion, where you get that Cabot never believes that they're going to actually be sent to war. So kind of a suggestion that, I get it, but like, look, man, like they're good people. Let's give them good energy. They're not really going to go anyway. Right. And then he has, his criticisms of his friend who's now acting too big. It's annoying.
But we need that, because they're building the superior liberalism of Broderick's character throughout the film, right? So we need, this is part of building him as he's really on the side of these black soldiers, and he's not like all the other army officers. I will say that when we were watching that, my daughters, especially the part where the Irish dude beats up Thomas during one of the training sessions, and my daughters were like, that's mean. And I felt my colonization at that moment, because I was like, nah, he needs that. And I said, this is where I get the logic of boot camp. I said, because I'm like, they're about to be out here fighting. You don't have time to be whimpering and whining and being afraid to stab somebody. And then I'm saying, and the way they taught us, even in my boot camp, my little soft Navy boot camp, was, it's not just about being a punk to overcome your own punkness for yourself. It's that you're going to hurt the man next to you if you are punking out and not doing what you're supposed to do. So I've been sitting there saying, and that's how it worked in boot camp. And it would psychologically make you go at your own people, because you'd be like, even when they would say, if you don't make your bed properly, I'm going to make him do the push-ups. So then he's the one looking at you like, man, make your bed right, because I'm the one that's going to get in trouble, because it's the same kind of logic. When we're out here, if you fall down on the gun, I'm going to get shot. And, it's like, fuck that. So I was in that moment like, yeah, man, punch him again. I was like, hit him again. Get up. And then, why are you crying, Thomas? Like, what were you crying for?
But this is the trickery of movies, right? This is literally the trickery of
military colonization and the boot camp. Like the boot camp is a psychological process. Like that's why even when I was saying, I even told my daughters again, like when they're yelling at Thomas at the beginning, I'm like, yeah, you need that. And I said, and it took me maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks to really realize, okay, this is just a game. Don't take it personally when they're yelling at you, when he's screaming in your face. It's all a, and once I realized that, it became, relatively easy. But initially it was like, what the fuck? Like, why are you yelling? But I get it. And then the end result is you take all these people from all these different walks of life in other countries, even people where English isn't even your first language, and you create a cohesive unit. So I admit to being a little impressed with how the shit ends up working, man. All to get you to go out there and kill somebody.
Yeah.
So
we now get into it's kind of further going with like their training, and you're getting more of the relationships, and you begin to see more of Trip too, where he's starting to show that he's willing to break a few rules. They also have the big thing about his feet. You begin to see that he's constantly taking off his shoes very, very gently, right? There's definitely pain that he's doing it, showing them that they're that they have these issues. And then so it's done these series of little scenes, kind of building up things that they're all gonna pop off later. Right, you have the Christmas moment, which is totally inaccurate because actually, the timeline of the 54th from when Shaw took over happens after Christmas. I think it's from February to July or something like that. So it's completely the whole white Christmas. Robert, I want to say, I just want to say Merry Christmas. It didn't happen. That's some bullshit. The way Andre Braugher, I'm like, bro, we to say the line, leave. We don't need all this shit.
You said he was doing too much.
He was doing too much. I just want to say. And I was like, what the fuck is this shit? I'm like, I thought he was gonna give him some real special line of thought. All he said was Merry Christmas. Oh man, hell, please, bro. Right?
But it was meant to convey beyond.
That's some over Juilliard shit, man. That's weak, right? I can't with that shit. So the next part that they kind of do, and I think it sets up some of the other stuff you're saying, is showing all this stuff because then Shaw encounters this I forget the guy's name in the movie. He's the guy who has the all the goods, the shoes, and all that type of stuff. And
he's a quartermaster is the name of that position.
Yeah, the quartermaster. And he got Shaw's in there, and the quartermaster is like, I can't really give you the shoes and all this type of stuff that you've requested, but come over and get some jam. So it's clear that there's these racist elements that are keeping the 54th from getting what they need. But Shaw, is the stalwart, and it kind of supports your point that you were saying, Jab, about he's the real believer. No one believes in this regiment. Not even Cary Elwes, who's a good heart. He doesn't really believe, but Shaw, he believes. He's the real believer, right? And you have that sequence in his.
Can I just say real quick?
Go ahead.
The quartermaster dude, the actor, I don't remember his name, but he seems like a typecast dude. I've seen him play, and he seems to have played this exact kind of person in several movies.
He's always bit of a weasel. Yeah.
And the same thing with the Shawshank warden. He's playing. He's in here too, playing a very similar type of.
Bob Gumpton is always an asshole.
Yeah, I was like, wow. I was like, I said, these dudes. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, that was.
Is Denzel getting caught the next scene?
The
next kind of sequence?
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, it is.
So
now it just starts out with we caught a deserter, right? Is basically the thing. And
I mean,
you get Trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just lay it out in the UK. You get Trip being walked in by Mulcahy, right, who is the Irish drill sergeant, basically, that they've brought in. And we should say with that too, the recognition I think is supposed to be like, we're New England prep school kids, like we can't teach these colonized people the way that we need, and so we need the Irish drill sergeant to come in. I do think that's definitely part of the narrative there. Yeah, and
but
that
scene plays that out too, because when they show the faces of Broderick and Elwes, Elwes, how did you say his name? They even react to the whip like he's like they're like, oh, we've never seen anything like this before, and he even tries to talk him out of it, right? Like, do we really need to do that?
One point, this didn't happen, right? So this is another important thing.
It couldn't have happened.
I mean, whatever, like people do shit that's illegal within the military and all this stuff, but it was outlawed as of 1861 for the US military to use, whipping or whatever against any deserter or whatever. So like, anyway.
So on top of the composite character that is Denzel, on top of the fake letters, we have the fact that this was outlawed by 1863 anyway. So this wouldn't have been happening. So
to double to Jay's point, like we're not saying that there may not have been an incident where someone would have broken rules, but this is not depicted as broken rules. This is depicted as a mandated practice. And it's for us to understand that their mandated practices aren't taking in the ideas of blackness. They haven't adjusted themselves. So this becomes honestly a projection for the politics of the 80s, right? We are all Denzel getting whipped, right? Because they haven't really understood black people's thing. And this fucking scene is a fucking psyop, man. Because I'm watching this shit. I'm watching it. And the way they do it, they have him kind of in the corner. He's staring always. And Denzel's real. This is where he knows what he's doing. He's like, I'm going to go win this motherfucking Oscar, bro.
That's what I said during the whole scene. He was like, I'm winning this motherfucker.
Shit. Man, Syndicate ain't got nothing on me.
He said when he shakes off the shirt, and he puts his arms up and he looks at Broderick. When he said that, he turns at Broderick and I said, I'm winning this Oscar right here, motherfucker.
And Denzel did a lift. He went that morning, right? He went and did some push-ups, did some pull-ups, because the traps are like, when he has to do this, the traps like kind of bulge out.
He's flexing. He's grabbing that and he's flexing on that thing. He's like, ah.
And then you begin to just get the whip. And I'm watching this shit and I'm like, this is such a setup. Oh man.
Now that we know that it was outlawed is even more.
And that's what's wild to me, right? Like they literally set this entire thing up because they know what the whip does and the idea of the whip and the fact that he can sustain it. But there's that slight tear. And I've always interpreted that tear as this kind of, I love America, but how you hurt me, right? Because he doesn't he takes it, right? He takes it. He doesn't desert. He doesn't say, kill me, motherfucker, right? He stays. And if anything, once Shaw makes a slight correction right after this with giving him his shoes, attending to his wounds,
with his own physician. I didn't realize this until I read this chart, but apparently that the dude is in there. That's Shaw's personal physician.
Wow.
That he sends to attend to Trip. Like, I'm giving you so when we hear him turn to him and says, do you need anything? It's because he's talking to his own guy, which I didn't realize either. The other thing quickly is that when Elwes turns to Broderick, he says to him, I think the line is not like this, to make the point that even to your point about the 80s, we're going to discipline you, but we advanced liberals, not like this. is
and he says like not like this with them or something like that. Like it's an acknowledgement that like you're reenacting slavery, through this,
but in the moment we're supposed to believe that this is military policy, that even if he were white, he would be getting the same treatment. And now that we know that that's also not true, the film is, oh my God, the diabolicism, if that's a word, has gone up a notch.
But then also, even from its main big narrative reconstruction, that it was mostly freed or not, I think, ever enslaved men who were in this regiment, right? Like
the book I read said that chapter, not the book, the chapter said about a third would at most would have been formerly enslaved.
And that's the thing. They want to make this about how the liberals learn how to deal with those who were formerly enslaved, right? But then it makes it's just so, I don't know.
No, I think it's even worse. They're saying we're the ones who are freeing you, because Thomas is the only real acknowledgement of a so-called free person joining. The scene I'm talking about from the companion, well, they call it companion, but it came out a couple of years later, documentary, where you see black men having this debate and Douglas giving his speech to them saying we have to participate in our own freedom. We can't let them give us our freedom. That's not in this movie. So they're just the layers of bullshit. I mean, it's worse than I even thought when we started the show.
The exchange too between Shaw and Forbes, right? Forbes is Elwes's character's last name. He says, "Robert, not with a whip, not with them. Excuse us, Sergeant Mulcahy." "At your pleasure, Colonel." "Never question my authority in front of others." And then I'm not even gonna do it, but Forbes Forbes goes into like his like black speak at this point and says, "I'm sorry, master," right? Like, and then
he does. Oh, that's right.
I have to say, I felt like Cary Elwes didn't want to do that line. I can kind of see it. I can totally tell him, like, why did I do this movie? Like, I hope
maybe he went to somebody and said, "I have a little note about this line." Like,
and they're like, "No, Cary, you gotta do it,
bro. Do you see all this other bullshit we got everybody doing? You better get out here and play your part. Contribute."
Denzel's tear is gonna redeem us all. Trust the process.
Trust the process. Let it wash over you.
Let it wash over you. So after that, you have it, right? And and Shaw is now conflicted. He goes to Rawlins, and Rawlins. I mean, it's so funny how Morgan's depicted in this movie. He's like, it's almost like he's a totem pole, right? It's like he stands there and he's like, I want you to tell me about the men and all that. His shoes. The boy just went to get some shoes. He wants to fight like everybody else. I've always remembered that line in my head, right?
But even the way it's delivered after Broderick starts to leave, it's like giving that little delay, that dramatic delay, and then he decides. He says, "Shoes, sir."
Shoes. Oh, I was off to get some shoes, right? So which then he goes and like now Shaw becomes a badass, right? Rolls up into dude's spot. I always find it kind of hilarious that he gets this black men and they standing in front of the spot looking like dudes on the block. Like he don't go. I was like, really? The white folk around there gonna be like, what the hell's going on here? They're not in military uniform. They just in regular gear. I'm like, really? This don't seem abnormal. And then of course he kind of pressures it, and then he gets everything for them. He gets the shoes, and it's Christmas, and and then
and socks.
And socks,
2 pairs,
right? And and it's repairing the feet of the people who are, because I think Rawlins tells them that it's majority of people are like that. And then they also personally tend to Trip, and Trip is he's giving the looks. He won't say anything, but he just looks, right? You know, and then from there you get like the next thing, which is the very famous tear it up scene, which is also another manufactured thing that never happened, right?
So, but apparently there was the beef. I looked this up too, and I think it's mentioned in this chapter. There was this beef over the equal pay, and they had the numbers right, the $10 versus $13, I think. But they depict it as something that's rectified almost immediately. And I think it's not something that's dealt with for almost a year or something. It's like at the end, it's like they get, now we'll, let you recuperate what you were supposed to be, something like that. But it wasn't this in the immediate, we rebel and Denzel leads us in this unionized labor strike and then we win. No. But again, Broderick has to be seen as this,
Yeah, and I don't know how the actual history of that particular thing played out in terms of like, was there some sort of, revolt from the, I know that the Massachusetts regiment basically all declined to be paid the lower regiment for a year. So that part is, like you said, like historically accurate. And then I was reading that it was something along the lines of people who were like discharged or had to leave prior to that point, that Massachusetts as a state actually made them whole. So they paid the other $3. So there was some, kind of whatever. But yes, the policy didn't change for quite some time. And this happened in other roles within the military too. Like Du Bois talks about that in Black Reconstruction as well, of these kinds of, which is not surprising at all. I mean, honestly, that, the U.S. government would try to short pay the Black soldiers. Like, really? This is shocking history to me.
But what always gets me about the scene is when I watched it, I was like, so wait, how are they going to get their money? They just going to fight anyway? Tear it up! Tear it up! Oh, so y'all doing this shit for free? Oh, okay.
The funny thing that Broderick's character too is like, because he sees it first, right? And he's like, we'll protest this through the proper channels at the appropriate time or something like that, right? So he's on board initially.
Later.
They need to be paid more, but it's just that typical liberal white shit of like, we'll go talk to the manager later on about it.
When you're in front of cannons and shit, that's when you go and take it up? When you storming beaches, bro? Come on, man. Yeah. Yeah, like that scene.
If you survive at the end, we might.
It's also just a bad. It's a bad Oscar bait scene. It's like, well, you can see the screenwriter going, okay, we got Denzel get whipped. I need a big wide shot sequence where he can basically take everything over, right? And he can do his, tear it up, and have the nice shot. And then you get, Broderick then follows him. It gives a sense that, Tripp really is like probably like the emotional center, him and Rollins in different ways. It's such a bait scene. It's a trap, right? Totally.
Yeah, and Shaw's line, right? Like, so after Tripp gets everybody on the trip, tear it up, you want these slave wages kind of thing, right? And then they all start ripping their stuff up. And he starts talking shit about Rollins, because initially Rollins and I think Sharts are just going to go get their money. Like, they're just like, whatever. And he starts talking shit about them. But when after, a bunch of them tear up their wage sheets and everything, and they're screaming, and this becomes like kind of a big protest scene, then Shaw fires a shot into the air. And like, what's going to happen here, right? And he says, if you men will take no pay, then none of us will. And he tears up his own sheet. And then they all just are like, let's hear it for the Colonel. Yeah.
Yes.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of, like, in this film, the Black people in the regiment just being like, whenever the Colonel does something that's decent towards them, right? Of just like, he's our hero.
Yeah.
And then it just resolves, right? It's just off to war, right? There's
they just don't deal with it. They just leave it. That's
what I mean. They're all not gonna get paid.
because the people making the decisions, to them Tume's point, could be like, fuck it, we won't pay you either, motherfucker. Then go, you know. In fact,
and that's what they did for a year.
And in fact, we have a fort we want you to be the first in line to go storm while you wait for
I mean, think about it Think about it also. Some of them probably ain't got no families. If they die, well, that's one check we don't got to pay out.
Oh, well.
Well, that was supposedly right. What they were saying Massachusetts ended up doing, right? Because there were a lot of them that were killed before that year would have been over, right? So anyway.
So yeah, it then transfers to them getting their suits, right? Their
blue
military.
Suit. When we gonna get the blue suit?
We're gonna get the blue suit. We're gonna get the blue suit, right? And then they get their suits, right? And they've been made whole, and then you get the big processional sequence, right? And it is funny that the first person who gets it is Sharts, and it's that trope of the. I mean, I'm gonna say it. They're how they see it as like disabled, he's or lesser brained, right? He's young, so like the joy of this kind of being made whole will come through his brain. Come through his reaction. I mean, this is where you really see the movie is situated in the worst and shitty ideas that come out of Hollywood, right? And that kind of framing, right? So then you get like the big, colonial processional, right? Where they're all doing it. Frederick Douglass is back.
And Frederick Douglass is there to receive a salute from what would have ostensibly been one of his sons. I'm so blown away that they've just like damn.
It's wild. Like that seems like a better writing opportunity, but I guess I don't know.
I mean, and that's I think a great, just to that, like what happens when you pull certain figures that are historical and put them in, but then all of the Black soldiers are fictionalized when there are real men with real stories. Like, and I get that some of that might be hard to, you'd have to do some archival work and like, the archives would be, but like some of it is
already done.
Frederick Douglass's sons, like, that's an easy one,
Sorry, the companion documentary points out not only do they do what you're talking about, they go through the names of the people and they're like, he came from here and these two were over here and this one, this is what happened to these ones, and then like they do all of that and I'm forgetting the rest of my point, but the point is and then they even show you who were at the time, I don't know if they still do it, the Black men, well, and there were at least some white to do the to play the other roles, but they were reenactors, the 54th reenactment historic crew. Like, so you had in 1991 when this documentary is made, you already had an established commemorative living history, as they call it, group of people who do reenactments and go to your schools and all this other stuff. And then you have all this history about the actual Black men in the 54th that I mean, again, these writers are not unskilled. You could just take one and extrapolate endless amounts of story, or at least a story based in a real. Anyway, so yeah, it would have been good.
Yeah.
But unlike what Adolph Reed has to say, the ultimate goal of the film can't be done if you do that. And I think at the end of the day, the goal is to have, to do the Black history told through white saviors is, and then to Tume's point, to sort of put a bow on the national narrative,
So now they're like on the boat, right? And like, you do the South thing. They're like, oh, it's hot, the hot South. They're on the boat, right? And even like the color of the movie changes a bit, right? They're back home,
Denzel
like,
says that. Welcome home, boys.
Welcome home, boys, right? And like they looking, the return. But of course, Morgan got that good spirit. He got that good spirit. He's Morgan Freeman. And that spirit is so good that he gets made into, was it Sergeant Major, right?
Yeah, non-commissioned officer. Which what does that mean, Jared?
I don't even know what that means. Actually, I didn't get it.
I don't pretend to know the full. What I've always understood it to mean is what we see in the film. You're not a real officer. You're not commissioned in the way that an actual officer is commissioned. You're not, but you're recognized as having greater value than the rest of them. So, but in terms of the actual process, I don't know. In my experience, that person would have been in the Navy. They would have been the chiefs, the senior chiefs, the master chiefs, who the Navy readily acknowledges are the real people who run the whole thing, but they're not officers. They're the highest ranking of the enlisted. And that's who he would have, that's how I've always understood is the equivalent of a petty officer. Okay, well then that makes sense. So then I would have been a non-commissioned officer when I got out, a third-class petty officer. And I never even liked the name before I even had real consciousness. Petty. Like third class, what is this bullshit? Why I got to be... But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I'm petty.
Yeah, damn right. Well, that is facts. I'm a first class in that if we're doing it that way. But yeah, that anyway. So that's I didn't realize it was that simple. But yeah, that makes sense. Just
yeah.
And for just for Morgan, it was perfect. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just from a Google thing, it's like basically it's just like it's almost like an informal promotion. Like it holds no official rank kind of standing to it's not better. It's not recognized by like it doesn't have a presidential or congressional recognition to it as like an official officer, right?
Exactly.
So and they do that, as they say in the film, because Black people cannot be commissioned officers. So it's like, but this is an honor kind of thing.
Yeah, and in that documentary, they point to at least 2 men who had actually earned those ranks or something of the equivalent. That again, so this, so anyway, it's super messed up the way they did this. They could have done this in any. Yeah,
exactly. I like that. You definitely should use that. So, like, 2 things about that sequence that stay with me are, one is like you're making Rollins, but making Morgan Freeman that person, and what Morgan Freeman then becomes ultimately. I mean, he's played God. Like let's remember, he's played God in movies. So to stamp him in this way,
and he's also been the president, I think, a couple of times too.
A couple of times, right? So to stamp him in this way, right, as a character, but then as an actor, it is the particular message as they're trying to get in that late 80s, going into the 90s sequence, leaving Cosby, not leaving Cosby still around, the creation of different kind of Black figures. It's this, this is how we're going to get the Black people in. And now Morgan Freeman, yes, chief, right? He is the example, which then later when we get to the scene where he fucking, he Sam's Denzel, he becomes the kind of authoritative voice. The other thing, and I always hate this, right? I'm not sure I want this, right? The kind of the reluctant strong man. And then this is where him and Broderick, they find that I know what you mean. And you're like, oh God, stop this like I'm burdened by my success bullshit. Get the entire I just hate that shit. That's prep
Don't hate me because I'm beautiful.
Don't hate me because I'm New England and special. Get that prep school fucking shit out my face. I don't care. Stop it. And it's all, and this is where Adolph Reed is wrong. It's like it's a constant emotional apologia, empathetic, like the towel and sheet wrap around Shaw, that he was this man who he did what few could do, and he is special, right? So in that he is the savior. In fact, he's beyond a white savior. He's America's savior, right? Like, he is the guy. He saved the Union.
Absolutely.
Was it St. Shaw? Exactly.
St. Shaw, that's it. That's why I was like, I had made a joke when I was looking at these pictures. I was like, we got Ferris Bueller, Alonzo from Training Day, and God all bringing us Black liberation. It's perfect. It's you know, Ferris Bueller and God who can't be free in that.
Yeah, so like they're walking through now the southern plantations, and the Black people are seeing them, and now they get to the out, whatever, it's like is it an outpost? How would you call it? Probably like where they end up.
Yeah, so there's a couple things with this scene. They go, but there's a scene where they go by a set of enslaved children, and Morgan Freeman says, "That's right, honeys, ain't no dream. We run away as slaves, but come back fighting men. Go tell your folks how
you have to do the
year of
vibrato.
Jubilee."
In the year of Jubilee.
There you go.
You need the vibrato. The year of Jubilee.
And like this is part of the film, and we get to the contraband troops in a little bit, but it really bothers me, right? Because it's this weird thing. I mean, one, he's saying we run away slaves, right? So there's this discussion. The reality is that again, I was looking up some stuff on the regiment again, and it's not even just that most of them were northern free Black men, but most of them were also like highly educated. Like actually the person who Andre Braugher's character, I'm blanking on his name for a second, but he is some ways kind of emblematic. You know, it's obviously a stereotype, right? But there would be a lot more sort of Thomases, right, within this group of people. God, that's also funny when you think about Uncle Tom, right? As a trope.
Wow.
But his name, I didn't even think about that until just now. Yeah.
My whole life I thought that. Straight up.
Yeah. I never put it together till just now that you mentioned it. But no, but 2/3 would have been
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Harry Beecher
Stowe. No. Yeah. Well, just she was Uncle's contact in New England again, that kind of point.
Right.
But the point being in this interaction, right, is like that the Black people from the South in this are still in like a state of nature, right? Is the way that it feels again, which again is this other thing about this, that the film doesn't actually deal with slavery at all. Like the closest you get is the whipping of Tripp, which is done by the North, which wouldn't have even happened, right? But there is no interrogation in it. And I don't necessarily want this in films because I hate the way that it's done by Hollywood, but of like the violence of slavery or any of that kind of stuff. And so what you get is like Black people just in this kind of like poor, shoeless, shirtless, dirty condition, like really looking up to these Black soldiers who are referencing themselves as if they're from the South in a certain way, but they're really from the North predominantly. And then as we get into this, then the next thing that they come upon is the contraband troops, which contraband was a real term that they used because it was literally stolen property, right, within the laws, right? And I just think the whole film does a huge disservice because that actually, more than Northern free Black people participating in the Civil War, was a much more decisive force within the war on the whole, was what Southern Black people did, which was to leave their plantations and go join the army, but also removing all of their labor so that then the South didn't have people to plant food and crops and and their economy falls apart, right, in terms of cotton production and all those kinds of things, right? And so they just get treated, I think, very poorly in terms of their depiction and not as like real humans in a certain way, honestly.
It's horrible.
The only one of the rare few balances to that is only in the enslaved Black woman that wants to stay with her white mistress or madam when Montgomery is quote unquote liberating them. And of course he defends the white woman, the secesh, once a black man puts his hands on her, a contraband puts his hands on her. But as we were watching it with my daughters, my quick narration was, this is sort of like one of my fundamental problems with all of this is with this whole history is that Montgomery I knew was a real person. I don't know how exactly accurately he's depicted here, but I was saying the vibe he's advocating here is one I was more in support of. And that what Shaw's character in wanting to be more protective of these white people's property, I thought was emblematic of the liberalism and the true goals of the North, which isn't, we're not really at war with the South. We're at war with the planter class. We just want to take over their raw materials and we want to industrialize, and we want to, get rid of the slaveocracy and get this capitalism, to the next whatever. And whereas Montgomery is reflecting a more, we actually got to get rid of these motherfuckers type of attitude, and from the root to the, whatever, and the root to the branch. And I was like, absolutely. I was like, and I'm looking at like even Tripp's character and all the other characters. Why is everybody I was telling my daughters, I was like, I would have already been lighting some shit. I would have already been. They'd have been like, go set it on fire. They'd be like, oh, he's already. Jared already done started it already. Like what is everybody hesitating for? This is supposed to, anyway, that was, I don't know how, anyway, that was, I just.
You was Ruby D at the, burn it down!
Burn the shit down, like we finally here. And we've already been shot at. We've seen people getting killed. Like we've already been baptized in a little bit, right? I think at that point, like let's go. I'm here. I got the blue suit and my new shoes. Burn this motherfucker down.
Yeah.
Yeah. A quick thing on the contraband. So I remember being as a kid, because I'm from the North. That's the thing. And I did go to the South a little bit to see my cousins in South Carolina, but not much. And I didn't have much Southern exposure growing up. And how this film always related to me was, yes, Denzel and all of them are formerly enslaved, right? But they had something within them that was good enough to go to the North. Once you get to that Southern line, the Black people are all like degraded and subhuman. And that's a particular Northern, affluent, liberal kind of view that is kind of consistent if you think about Schwick, Harvard, AFI. I mean, look, if you go to AFI, you got money. You can't pay for AFI unless you got cash. It's a very expensive school, right? To do that. People don't go out of there, or they put themselves in debt. It's money. So that depiction, I remember as a kid, that kind of stuck to me, right? And so when you kind of get the whole thing with Montgomery and the whole thing, and he's like, he's basically this degenerate. And I actually do wonder, and I'd be curious your thoughts. I actually wonder if they were trying to, this is because kind of how they would paint John Brown, right? To be like a Montgomery to a certain degree, right? That he basically grabbed a bunch of wild Negroes, right? And he let them go run, and let's go let's go burn the shit down. And this is the attempt for that kind of revolutionary attitude to completely get defamed.
Really great notes.
Can I just ask real quick, Jared? I just want to ask about the AFI real quick, because I recently just had a brief conversation with the woman that runs the AFI theater in DC. And I was asking, I was curious because how did you all survive? How are you all still here is really what I was trying to ask. Like, because all these other theaters in DC have just been, every non-mainstream theater is basically gone. Even the Landmark, which I thought was elite, white, bourgeois protected, and even it's gone. And she said, she said something like, we have strong foundation support. but I don't know anything about the AFI. So when you said that, I was like, that makes sense that they could weather the storm with that. Yeah.
Very quickly, American Film Institute, they were developed through a government project initially. That's a big thing to know. They are probably the top graduate training conservatory in film in the country. And yeah, their endowment, I mean, David Lynch went there, many people went there. Their endowment is huge. It's very, very expensive to go there. But yeah, American Film Institute, and then they have the AFI, what's the AFI Conservatory. Yeah, but they have tons of money and tons of access.
Yeah, and I just want to pull up one thing on that because never mind, it was a 44, but they still had Birth of a Nation on their list of 100 best American movies in 1998 when they did their 100 years 100 movies.
Well, it's not the racism, Jared, it's the technical capability, it's the filmmaking that it was the importance to the
Comrade Eisenstein said that movie is trash.
We did one of our episodes on Robinson's Forgeries of Memory and Meaning. We did a good discussion of that. But
and it was excellent. I have listened to it, watched it, and yeah, I appreciate that one among all the other. But
back to back to Montgomery. So this is, I think, really important to delve in a little bit to who he was, because the film deals with him it's just nefarious what the film does. Very interesting figure historically. So he's from Kansas. He's what's called a Jayhawker. He's part of the Free Soil movement, which has its own stuff. Free Soil, basically, still settler colonial, all of this, right? But they're not for abolishing slavery immediately, but expanding non-slave states, right? Is sort of the basis. It starts with the Mexican-American War. But what happens there, right? This is kind of an important piece because it also connects to John Brown directly, because he also spends time in Kansas. Is that you get, what is the term? Border marauders, something like this. So you get Southerners from Missouri, right? Missouri and Kansas border each other, and Missouri is a slave state, that try to raid the anti-slavery communities in Kansas. And so there's military action that takes place between, people like Montgomery, John Brown, etc., and people from Missouri who are pro-slavery. So he hates slave owners and people who are pro-slavery with like a real passion. And when John Brown is captured after the raid on Harper's Ferry, he is planning to go down and liberate him from captivity. And it doesn't end up happening. He's Brown is obviously hanged and all of that. But to that sense, like, it gives you a little bit of a sense of like the lineage that he comes out of. And he's also present, I believe, with the raids on Combahee. I'll try to double check that.
It's mentioned. Sorry, that's when they mention it. Sorry,
yeah. So there's a truth element in this scene, right? Which is that Shaw, when his regiment gets down there, Montgomery's already down there, already does have a black regiment that does raids, right? And this is what they do, is that they go into Confederate territory and they steal whatever they can, and then they burn the fucking towns down, right? And this is what they do. This is a policy, like, whether approved or not, of the Union Army at the time. Like, and this gets debated. There's all the people, I think is it Sherman? No, maybe not Sherman. Because Sherman's south, right?
Mm-hmm. Sherman is the one that goes south and burns up all the whatchamacallit.
Yes. Yeah. Burns Atlanta and all that kind of stuff, right? So Shaw's reaction is similar to like what is seen in the movie. He does just give the order. There is no interaction of like, you're going to be kicked out of the military if you don't do this. That's bullshit. And Montgomery certainly wouldn't have posed that to him. He liked Montgomery. So this is another interesting thing, but he liked him in a similar to the kind of way that he looks at the black people that it's a very condescending kind of like, he's an interesting working man with different view, like it's a very elite liberal.
He's like looking at the mechanic fixing his car, like, you're a really interesting guy.
He calls him an attractive man on multiple occasions too, which is a very interesting thing, so he's struck by this guy, but the point being that, yes, I agree with what you were saying, Jared, and also Frederick Douglass wrote letters defending these policies and defending these raids, right? So Shaw did have some of this liberal, like, he was worried about what it would lead to in terms of the perception of black soldiers, that they would be seen as illegitimate and engaging in criminal activity and this kind of stuff. I don't know about the whole civilian thing that he gets into there, because he does do that as well. And another thing with Montgomery, to speak to some of his own contradictions, is the part about him shooting the black man for taking, whatever, about to take liberties with the white woman, which is also very Birth of a Nation coded scene. Is that he did have a penchant for shooting his own black soldiers when they did things that were out of line. So that actually is true. Not necessarily that he did that specific thing, but he's interesting in that regard, that he is way more of an abolitionist and opposed to slavery and really hates pro-slavery white people, but he also has his own anti-blackness and controlling and, violence towards black troops as well. And so, but he's a much more interesting figure than the film gives him credit for. He's really kind of like a brief cartoon in this respect. Whereas I think a movie centered around his regiments and him would be way more interesting, honestly, and talk about a lot of the real realities and some of these abolitionist politics that are different from the elite, New England ones.
Well, this is all, I think, very important, because one of the things I didn't know is that apparently Montgomery also collaborated with John Brown at time. Like, they weren't always on the same whatever, but they had collaborated. So a film about him would have been like, I would like to learn more about what I'm now convinced by, that this country has really done more than I would have been aware of in erasing John Brown. Among the many histories, they really don't like John Brown, the white folks in this country, because they remember the shit that he was doing. And what he was doing was just what you're describing, him and his crew and this Montgomery character, like people like that, they hated slave owners and they killed them. That was the thing. Like, their families too. Like, they were like, you're not doing this shit here, none of you. And so I get it. Like, this country hates him. But what you're describing, and this is what I think is even worse about what this film is doing, Montgomery is only in this film to make Shaw more like a hero. In that chapter I was talking about, my daughter's noticed this because you see it written on one of the warehouses or whatever. Darien is the part of Georgia, I think, or South Carolina, wherever they were. Darien and Darien is we have familial connections to this very Afro-Panamanian section of Panama, right before you go. In fact, it's like the Darien Gap is. So it was. So they were like Darien. So I don't know what the connection is, if there is one. But that was interesting. But the point, though, is that the scene is not. So they make reference to this real life person, but the scene is only there to. So again, in this book, Shaw apparently, it says here, Shaw has to accept these prejudices of Montgomery temporarily and reluctantly instruct his men to assist in the burning of Darien, but his chance for a form of retribution will come. And then later, the chapter talks about, like, he apparently wrote home about how this plagued him, like he really didn't like the burning of the whatever, or he didn't want to participate in any of that. And then, but then he does say, to your point, Jared, that me and I and my men will be, or later, he feels like they're later, you know, rehabilitated in their other actions and other things that they do, and maybe even the final battle that he's killed in is he thinks is going to help like, apparently this thing gave him nightmares. But that's my point, and why the film would want to frame a story around him, because he's the good Northern liberal who is plagued by the difficulties of war and having to actually go at the slave owners, who this country really doesn't really have much of a problem about. Like, you know, Lincoln, this whole thing, if I can save the Union without freeing any, is like that's the whole attitude. And then here come the Montgomery and the John Brown types who with all their imperfections, are saying, no. Whatever happens next, it ain't gonna have no slavery in it. It'll have a lot of God and a lot of white whatever, but it ain't gonna have no slavery in it. And you know, and they're like, no, we don't. We would prefer to get there a different way. So the movie is, again, increasingly diabolic, getting its diabolical score up.
And just quickly, like that, this is where the Harriet Tubman story, you know, should have come in as well, because that raid, you know, was one, I think that, yeah, so that's the point. So both the regiment that Montgomery's leading and the 54th participate in that before Darien, right? So the Darien is posited as the first thing, right? And there's a reference made to Combahee, and I think he even says we freed, you know, 800, you know, slaves or contraband or whatever he says. Montgomery makes some reference to it, but that there's no reference that, like, you know, Harriet Tubman, you know, was a part of it or led it, or, you know, and of course there's no depiction of Black women in this film at all, except for the one woman who the Black soldier in the South there is beating on, that
they are absent.
Yeah. And she has no line other than some screaming.
Yeah, slavery is a male issue in this film.
And it's not an issue at all, though.
Not an issue at all. You're right. You're right. It actually isn't an issue at all. It's
so why bring the women in if we're not going to talk about it?
but no, I mean, to both of y'all points, the film does seem like, and this is where I think probably, like, if you think about the screenwriters and their opinions, right, and their academic, or I'm sure there's arguments around what it was, and this seems like an argument to say Shaw and this very conservative military way of going about is what won the war. All this, and it was the only way the war could have won. If the John Brown tactic, the Montgomery tactic, any kind of these extra things, because really they couldn't have brought Harriet in. That's the thing. Now that we think about it, I'm sure they looked at it and they said, well, we can't really bring her in. There is no actual way, if we're going to make this film, that we could bring her in, right? So they have to kind of cut her out of it completely, right? To make this very pro-military, you know, conservative narrative about how the war was won, and to tie it to New England and white saviorism. And that's where Reed gets it wrong, because let's think about white savior as New Englandism, right? Like the New England abolitionism. That's what won the war, right? And that is a typical kind of savior. Is that ideological framework is what won the entire thing, right? That other shit, they just call Black people little monkeys. You know what I'm saying, right? And said Jeremiah's, you know, as they were burning downtown.
Because remember the scene, like a few scenes later, when Broderick is making he's coming into his manhood and his leadership, he goes back and Montgomery's playing the harpsichord, whatever, he's the piano, and he's talking to, I kept calling him the short Shawshank Warden, And and they're depicted as the backwards Southern form of leadership that, oh my God, the New Englanders have to come in here and solve. Like, we have
y'all
to
out here looting, y'all out here grabbing shit,
exactly,
stealing shit, lazy, just drinking port,
and I'm really training my Negroes. You're just shooting them and letting them steal and burn stuff. I have them in blue suits.
And and I think also, like, if you go to Du Bois's depiction of a lot of this same stuff, again, like, one, because he centers Black agency within it, and he starts with what Black people are doing, but also he understands these folks like Montgomery and Harker and like these people who have put Black people into service in the South as dealing with a problem that Black people have put on them in some ways, right? Because Black people have come in these large ranks to their lines and are basically demanding to be put to work, essentially, into support of the Union military. But they're Du Bois, I think, credits that there's a creativity also among the Montgomery types and others of saying, okay, well, how can we use them and get away with using them in roles that support our cause, but don't quite rise to this level of like, we're going to give them guns and put them into the military. Not because they didn't want to do that. In fact, they were advocating for that. Like, these were actually the first people who were saying, we need to arm these men and send them out to join us in the fight. And it was Lincoln and the Northern folks a lot that were like, oh, pump the brakes. Like, we can't do that. But they did this. They then figured out creative ways to use them to support. And honestly, I mean, Du Bois is quite clear on it, but like, the North doesn't win the war, right, without that element of things. And, and so it's all treated, though, like Jared was saying, and you were saying, as they're the backwards elements. And it's this New England progressivism, this progressive liberal, that will change things and see people really as men and, real soldiers and all this kind of shit.
Yeah, and that, I think that's important to think about, that these films are always also trying to insert themselves in present conversation. So if you're thinking about the late 80s, the various things that are happening with police brutality, the responses to it coming out of the 70s, in the 60s, and radicalism, the kind of social corrective that the 80s is towards radical politics, this kind of like conservative, vision of how we're supposed to go towards, the American project, becomes a thing. Because then, like, yeah, like the scene after that, right, is, them, doing like manual labor and shit, right? And this idea that they're being kind of kept behind. So then you get the sequence where the white soldiers are marching, right? And Denzel's like, you got to get the 54th in there, right? And all the 54th, right? And all of his proclaiming, and the white dude don't like it. Your man from Scarface, Margolyes, is like, everybody's dying, right? And the white guy doesn't seem to like the black person speaking to him in that kind of way. And then Morgan Freeman, and was it colored soldiers, tits on a bull or something like that? He says to Morgan when he realized he's a ranked man. But then Cary Elwes, we'll put you on charges. He comes up on the horse, letting them know that he's gonna discipline it. But of course, Morgan, he's for the Union. This is just an issue. We'll get it together. Right, exactly. We'll but then he lets him know what the real is. But what I think,
talking to a superior rank here.
Yeah, he lets him know, right? He lets him know. Is a preview of things to come. They now have a TV show with black people in these things, in the future. But what I think is interesting, to the kind of like grander point, is how this is setting up, the 54th as the corrective to all of these things, right? That there's all this stuff, and all of these people are just been fucking up, denying it, and the 54th has overcome it all, right? even the lack of belief. They're more principled. Shaw, then, of course, is more principled. Elwes is more principled. That not only are they better skilled, they have better principle than everyone.
And even this white man gets improved. We see him again
at the end. Like he's the one who says it, right? Give him hell 54th, right? You're like, and Denzel smiles.
And then all the white people are like, yeah, go.
Right?
You know what I thought of?
Denzel likes it, and that's the other thing about his character, right? Is you see him progressively just get what? I mean, we're gonna get to it. I mean, how does Denzel die? I mean,
that was what they do with him is really, really. But when he said give him hell 54, I saw the old white grandma in the OJ Hertz commercial. Go OJ, go!
Go OJ, go!
I don't know why that popped into my head, but I was like, yeah, I said, but it was that same kind of go get him. Right. And this is and it's because it's conveying the same thing. It's them saying to white America, these Negroes are acceptable. And in fact, when they talked about that commercial, when they made it, that's why the woman is in there. She's the voice of white America accepting this black man running through an airport, you know, in everybody's living room. Go OJ, go.
Should we go to the scene where Trip gets disciplined?
Yeah, we should. But that's the next one. But first of all, just also thank you for the super chat. And yeah, we don't examine. This is another thing that's totally left out of the film too, is like any real discussion of the Confederacy, right? And like what they are, what they believe, their own fascist tendencies and
they just come out the smoke. And it's weird.
Yeah.
They just come out of the smoke with guns. Yeah. It's really weird. They're like mystical beasts.
Even when we see them at the end, I'm looking at the scene now. They're in their masks. They have masks, like with the bodies on the beach. They're not even. Yeah. Anyway.
So let's talk about Trip back at camp with Morgan Freeman. With everybody, and then Morgan intercedes. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So Trip is, he's now. I guess he's a little tipsy. Is it supposed to be? I guess I don't know what. He seems a little off, right?
So I think there's one thing to say is like you're supposed to have drawn from some of this that like they're down there in the hot South and they're like digging ditches and doing fucking grunt work. So it's like almost a slave like condition essentially that they have towards the military. And there was the whole scene we just skipped over, but Robert writes a letter to his father to try to impress upon Lincoln that they need guns, like all of this stuff. I think all of that is apocryphal, but anyways, there was a struggle to get the top leadership of the army as well as Lincoln to agree to arm the black folks and so they're you get that, but they're armed at this point, but they haven't been allowed to fight, right? Is basically what it is.
Yeah. I mean, like the weird thing, so the way how Denzel plays it is kind of annoying because he does play it like how you would play drunk. He's a little like in a corner, like talking shit, and then of course he then goes to antagonize Thomas again, right? And because of this, this kind of sets Rollins off that he wants to kind of start a fight, and I have some of the lines here, and I think that they're really So Rollins says to him, "Look, goddammit, the whole world gotta stomp on your face. Trip, you better get your hands off me." He says N-word first. But then Rollins says, "Ain't no N-words around here, understand?" Right? Oh, I see. So the white man give you a couple of stripes and suddenly you start hollering and ordering everybody around like you the master himself. And where you ain't nothing but the white man's dog. He starts to walk away and then Rollins stops him and slaps him. And what are you? So full of hate you want to go out and fight everybody because you've been whipped and chased by hounds? I mean, I would want to go fight everybody if I've been whipped and chased by hounds. Anyway, well, that might not be living, but it sure as hell ain't dying. And dying's been what these white boys have been doing for going on 3 years now. Dying by the thousands. Dying for you, fool. I know because I dug the graves. And all this time, I keep asking myself, oh Lord, when is it gonna be our time? Gonna come a time when we all gonna have to ante up and kick in like men. Like men. I mean, like men. He definitely hits that. You watch who you call N-word. Because in the N-words around here, it's you. Just a smart mouth, stupid ass swamp running N-word. And if you're not careful, that's all you're ever gonna be. And it's funny watching that shit. Because I was like, man, this kind of goes back to my earlier point, right? Oh, this is just what they want the principals to be saying to them kids who running like crazy in school. This is a speech they want to give to the gang members, right? You Crips and Bloods out there, right? To you people who say, Cosby's too stuffy. Because remember, he also does this also slightly in defense of Thomas, right? It comes on the heels of him fucking with Thomas, right? And yeah, I mean, I'll throw it to y'all, but like that shit is just so fucking diabolical.
Again, with my daughters, we stopped and had a brief chat because that to me was the politics of the film. That to me is the film. The whole point of the film is that scene. I almost feel like everything else is some bullshit. They did all of everything else just to film that scene. I almost could see them saying, I have a scene, Denzel and Morgan Freeman. I need you two to shoot this scene. Don't worry about whatever else is happening. We'll figure that out later. This is the first scene of the film, and we're going to build everything else out around that. Because yes, I agree with you. It's disciplining the young and angry in the 80s and 90s, but it's also, I think it is also meaning to discipline anyone, particularly Black, but anyone that would want to think about some form of criticism or struggle or an analysis. Don't go beyond what Morgan is setting up here. And the whole thing of lying about the history of the Civil War, that this is happening for you, for your benefit, that these men are dying for you, is belied even by the scene just that the thumbnail comes from. And it would have been interesting, even if we disagree with some of the politics, to get into some of that. Why were these white men in the North really fighting? What made them go out there to almost, 4 or 5, however, half of the 800,000 or whatever that got killed? What made them go out there and do it? Were they really say, because I got to free these Negroes? That's not what was happening here. So the whole thing is to set up the broader political point that elite white Northern liberals are your only salvation. Anything else, certainly anything involving your own agency, your own leadership, and definitely anything to the left, and definitely anything involving violence, is absolutely inappropriate, because the only violence that is allowed, and I think this is part of the point about erasing Harriet and John Brown and everybody and the histories of you don't think these people would have heard of Nat Turner and Gabriel, like they wouldn't have heard about all this stuff, like that it is to say that the only, and even in Reed's article, he almost gets a part of it right when he points to the shortcomings of Nate Parker's film. The little boy that snitches on Nat Turner is redeemed by showing you that the only way you're legitimately allowed to engage in violence in defense of your own politics or interests is if you put on the blue suit. So the little boy snitches on Nat Turner, and then you see the last shot of the film is him carrying the flag with the blue suit. And then they're saying, here, Trip, you running around out there doing whatever you're doing is inappropriate. Put on this blue suit. And then I know we're going to get to it. That's where you put your energy. And so that whole scene, that scene was like, and I honestly could see them saying that. Like, we have a scene.
I'll say it really quickly. I mean, that scene, yes, is a hell of a military recruitment video.
I'm sure.
That's a hell of a military recruitment sequence.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think a lot of we've talked about this, but we had the amount of Black troop dissatisfaction coming out of Vietnam and so on and so forth, right? To put this kind of narrative in. And I mean, we'll talk about it probably more at the end, but Yeah, it's absolutely. I think
Look,
you both are spot on with that.
even when I was in, I mean, I was introduced to new levels, at least, of racism in the military. The hostility was, you know, there. I would, again, I don't have anywhere proving this, but at least 90% of everybody there across race, nobody was there for patriotic reasons. And I know it's not a civil war and all of that. We're not even, you know, it was in between technically, but nobody was there. For everybody was there, jobs, education, getting out of jail, whatever. So to put this spin on it, that this is the way to free yourself and to prove yourself to this country, and to the only legitimate outlet for your righteous anger, like both of you were saying, like, yeah, you've been beaten and hounded, like your whole, who isn't going to be upset at that shit, man? Anyway, yeah, and one last thing, I'm sorry. I want to point out that the attitude reflected in Morgan Freeman is also very real. So I don't want to, you know, I had that experience too, where I had the very stereotypical older Southern black man saying, why would you want to get out? We get all these meals and food, and we get to travel. And then, of course, he said, we get white girls, and we get, you know, like, we get all of this. What do you want to get out of the Navy for? But the point would be, again, as we started, why is it being framed through Robert? And why are the versions of these responses to enslavement and these predicaments given preference over others? That's where, so it's not that these aren't real, it's that there's a preferred preference in the choices that are made in how these stories are told.
Absolutely. Yeah. And again, I mean, we'll talk more about Trip because his trajectory keeps going, but it's also like, you know, what is shown as, like, Morgan Freeman's character is, you know, pushed to be the moral center and the correct position. And, you know, it's not as though this is a disagreement between equal levels of, like, politics and ethics within the film. It's a disagreement that Freeman is seen to have won in this moment, and is won through Trip's trajectory for the rest of the movie, basically.
Well, look at his face after Freeman is done. He's shell-shocked.
Yeah.
Like, he's speechless and shell-shocked. Like, he just got told the truth of the planet. Morgan God has basically now spoken to him, and he now understands his pathway.
Yeah. The other thing, just quickly, just a quick point. I mean, so, you know, hate is always associated with Malcolm X. The Hate That Hate Made is the documentary, the first, you know, televised thing that, or The Hate That Hate Produced is the first documentary, like, whatever, Louis Lomax and that's right, Louis Lomax, and it's the guy, it's Mike Wallace, right?
And CBS News, yeah. And Louis Lomax was involved,
yeah. And, you know, like, I just think that there's a presentation here that is set up as emblematic for Black people in an instructional way of saying, this is your Malcolm X, right, in Trip, and this is your Dr. King. And I'm not saying that he's at all Dr. King, because I don't think that's fair at all to Dr. King. But to the liberal version that you will get within mainstream, you know, MLK propaganda that comes out, which you do the best work on, honestly, Jared, like, that is what he's sort of supposed to be kind of portraying, is this kind of, you know, docile plus, like, we need to fix this country through showing who we are kind of thing, which is not, again, it's not who Dr. King is. It's more like a Booker T. Washington almost kind of, you know, approach. Well, that's probably not even fair to him. But again, we get these, like, very caricatured versions of that, right? And I think this part of what this film is trying to say is, like, you know, that Malcolm X thing might sound slick and you might think he's, you know, but, like, ultimately gotta slap that out of him, right? The other thing I would say too,
quietly.
The other thing I would say too, to your point, Jared, about that these are in some way there are these views, is again like to both the point you made about the white troops and the black ones, there's just not any depth, of course, given to their real rationales and reasons or even explanations that they have of why they're doing what they're doing. And another thing too is that like one of the reasons for black troops was because Northern business was worried about also losing all of its white working class people in the war and wanted black people to like, so that was all. There was also a Northern capital push behind getting black troops into the war. It was not just, there was the racist working class, we don't want to fight for this war for black people. Like that was a real thing for sure. And there were riots around it and everything else. But there was also a push, from capital too, in that sense. So
very good point. Like, yeah, like all of these very interesting things that I do think screenwriters are competent and talented enough to deal with. Like, I don't think this is all a result of a lack of talent or capability. I think this is conscious or not political interest. They could write this in. They could find ways of telling these bits of stories even quickly. You could a few lines here, a scene or two here. You could really, if you really wanted to, you could add, but but it would have to start with getting rid of the initial frame. That would be the real solution.
Yeah, I mean, and because they've always been more attracted. First of all, I mean, some of these people aren't educated on this stuff because they look at it from the thought of the Civil War was just the battle for America's soul.
Well, what was the line that you read at the beginning from that fake letter? But this time we're going to include everybody, whatever the fuck you're saying. Like
these kind of like large amorphous kind of thoughts that the Civil War was like this huge disagreement and that by force it had to be reconciled. Right. And that's how they teach it to you in school. Right. So, I'm sure maybe the people who wrote the books and maybe even Kevin Jarre, but so he also wrote Rambo First Blood Part 2. So we clearly know his imperial attitudes towards military. But, it's just the kind of dominant ways how these people think. So the next sequence, we talked a little bit about it, is Shaw and Cabot going in and, basically exposing their shit and saying, we won't expose any of your stuff if you let us go fight. Right. And then, so basically you get that sequence. And then the sequence right after that is basically this, big, very famous fight. And I want to read a quick thing from Adolph Reed. It is the opening of his piece that he wrote in the Baffler quite a while ago now. They got a lot of traction, called The Trouble with Uplift. I'm just going to read it. Occasionally on a boring flight, I'll rewatch the Battle of James Island scene from the magnificent 1989 film Glory. The scene depicts the first engagement of the 54th Massachusetts Infantry, the first Northern regiment of black troops organized by the Army of the United States to fight against the Confederate insurrection. James Island was a fateful battle outside Charleston, South Carolina on July 16, 1863. I pulled up the clip on a recent flight and was moved yet again by the powerful imagery of black men finally being able to strike a blow against the slaveocracy. Imagining what that felt like for the soldiers of the 54th was also always intensely gratifying. So I watched that scene again, and I have to say, the brutality, blood, guts, all the rage is horrifying to watch. It's depicted in a way that I'm sure is meant to be very visceral, meant to kind of get your blood up, meant to make you feel like you're at the brink of your life and you're watching people at the brink of your life. Because like the way these kind of things kind of happen is all this stuff just kind of just happens. You don't quite know who's going to make it. Some people kind of get stabbed, right? This person saves that person. I mean, it goes from the starts of they walk up. And like I said, it's like the horses come first, right? So they shoot down the horses. They think they got them, right? And then out the gun smoke come the Southerners. right? And then someone gets shot in the face, right? And they got to reload, right? And, they do the next reload and they shoot back and then they go into full charge, right? And when you get into the full charge shit, it's so brutal and ravaging. So for Adolph Reed to say that he watches on a plane clips of large, insane battles in this movie to kind of get social inspiration shows me where there is a fetish that exists for these wars, right? And for the depictions of these wars that I think satisfies an imaginary for particular people who want to believe in the American project that I find to be quite troubling.
I just want to
go ahead.
I just want to clarify because I think he's talking about the final battle.
The final battle. I know he is. I know he is.
Okay,
yeah.
got you.
But I want to focus it on the fact that I watched this sequence, any of the brutal stuff, and this is you watch this stuff. I can't watch this, right? I can't. This is completely. It's insane, right? And why does this give you inspiration? Right? This does not give me inspiration.
Yeah. No, you answered it already, and I don't know how much of this we're going to get into today, but the purposes of his article are what I would argue. He fraudulently engages this film so that he can make this broader point that he wants to make about Black Lives Matter and race first consciousness and whatever else he's saying. So he has to. So I don't even know why I'm not even clear why he chose to use this movie to make his point, because he not only gets the movie entirely wrong and his whole point about white saviorism entirely wrong, but then he's using it to build some broader argument that ultimately I think our critique of this film is saying leads to his actual politics. So it's I get why you like the movie, but if you used our critique to make the argument he's making in this article, it would make sense, is really what I'm saying. The way he frames, I think I just confused myself. I'm making, somewhere in there is a funny little point. But what I am saying is he gets the movie wrong so that he can make a wronger point about broader politics that is what he's really interested in. Why he's using this movie to do that, I don't understand. But he has to get it wrong in order to do it. That's really what I guess.
Just to say, and it'll kind of tie to the scene, it's the idea that watching Black people in a brutal fight against this this threat that's made into a kind of metaphysical force, which is the Southern Confederate Army, and them being able to brutally take them out. Us watching that depiction actually is uplift that we should never discount, right? And that the idea that Shaw helped lead that is something that we should credit, not see as a savior. It is a credit point, right? Right? Because he says then, and also his argument also doesn't make sense. That's the other thing. He has ways that he actually trips over his own kind of statement, right? Because he argues against the need for agency, but then says there is agency at the same time. So he basically is tripping over himself.
No, because what he's saying is the only Black agency that can be realized is one that is connected to this white liberal cross-racial engagement. Any attempt at nationalism or autonomous sovereign agency is unreal. It's
unreal, exactly.
It's unreal. It's a fantasy. Because Tripp and them couldn't have done this without Shaw.
Right.
There couldn't be even the wonderful Black freedom we're all three and others are demonstrating today in this live couldn't exist without Shaw. The article is so bad, and I don't want to mess us up, but at some point I hope people do revisit it and condemn it appropriately. But yeah. And Jared, I don't want to take your line, but your line in describing it is perfect. I think,
Well, go ahead. I mean, I was jokingly referring to it as Wretched of the Earth for the integrationists, but
which I think is the bar.
It is. It is. Yeah.
He thinks it is. Like, I think he would think of it as like, this is I'm writing a Wretched of the Earth. Like, I'm doing a real Fanon with this right here. Fanon could never analyze
it's
glory
more
like
Fanon
this.
than Fanon.
It's more exactly. I'm more Fanon than Fanon.
More Fanon than Fanon.
If Fanon could have read this.
So are there other things on the battle, Jay, you want to say on the big?
I mean, Andre Braugher gets shot, and then there's the whole thing about, but I think even before that, doesn't he saves Tripp's life, right? Before that too, right? Yep. So like there are these moments where his character, right, who's supposed to be, I don't know, who's a good historical approximation, but these are all composite characters, but he's the elite. He reads don't you want to go home and read Hawthorne by the fire, is what Broderick says to him at one point.
Promise me.
And
promise me, Robert.
Promise me.
And so and actually that is the scene where he does that, right? Because after he's shot, there's the whole scene with Cary Elwes and Matthew Broderick's characters, who are, we haven't talked about this maybe enough, but they're all supposed to be childhood friends, right? Yeah. And there is this weird thing that happens through boot camp where they, as these white men who are in charge, are, sort of have competing visions of how he should be treated because he's a bad soldier, as the Irish guy tells them, and all of this. But Cary Elwes' character is more like, we should be nice to him. He's our friend. It's what is it? It's Thomas, and Broderick eventually takes the line of, we should be like, he needs the discipline. Like he's not going to be a good soldier if we don't treat him really rough. And so,
but there is a whole who tells him that.
Yeah.
He says, let him grow up.
Yeah. Let him grow up. Yeah, he says we grew up together, and he says, well, let him grow up some more. He needs to grow up some more. And so anyways, it comes to this scene where he's now been shot, and it's like through the shoulder or something like that. And they're like, you get to go home and you get to read Hawthorne by the fire, and I'm jealous of you because you get to go home before me, kind of thing. And he makes some promise, as you were both saying, that he won't send him away and he wants to keep fighting. And of course, again, like, because these are composite figures, like, I don't know whether someone did that, but it's a filmic, historical, fictional device, basically, right? So,
and they wouldn't be like, tape up your arm and go fight, motherfucker. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, you in the middle of the war, bro. Where you going? Right? Can you still move it? Yes. Tape that shit up.
I was even wondering, how real is that? Like, how injured do you have to be before they send you home? You like,
can't
who
walk.
really got sent home? Yeah, like you, if they're not sewing, if they're not,
especially in the Civil War, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if they're not sawing off the arm, like, get out there. In fact, in that documentary, that companion documentary, they talk about the four of the surviving 54th who, after the Wagner Fort battle, go somewhere else. And
that's a huge point, is that they treat it in the film like it's the end, and like
half
of them survive this and continue fighting, basically.
Yeah, they say that like literally in the back end. You're like, wait a minute. So I thought, because it makes you feel like they're all dead.
They're all dead, and but one of the points that they're making is that one of the flag carriers of those four remain in some other battle. He's described as having his whole hand is shot off, and he's still holding the thing. So that's what I'm thinking, like, they're gonna send you home for a little shoulder injury. And then we see him, like, a scene later, he's still fighting and doing stuff. So, like, because even my daughter was like, I thought he just got injured. It's like, all right. Promise me.
Promise me.
It would have been the opposite. Promise me you will send me home, motherfuckers. Like, why am I still here? That'd have been my. I thought we was boys.
The next kind of like key sequence is Shaw and Tripp by the water. Baldwin has that line I believe it's a Devil Fights work about like the homoeroticism, the eroticism of male scenes. So he talks about the end sequence between Rod Steiger and Sidney Poitier in the heat of the night, right? They leave, this is so now you have, Shaw and Trip by the Water, right? And they have their heart to heart where Shaw comes in and he wants to, let him know that how valiant he was during the battle, right? And that, Rawlins has, recommended him for, was it medals or whatever, accommodations. That's the phrase, accommodations, right? I don't know if do you have any of the lines, Jay?
I do.
Okay, I want to hear some of the lines. I don't have them in front of me. I can't seem to find it. I had it a minute ago.
Trip, isn't it? Yes, sir. You fought very well today, Trip. Sergeant Rawlins has recommended you receive a commendation. Yes, sir. Yes. And I think you should bear the regimental colors. No. It's considered quite an honor. Why not? Well, I'm wanting to say something, sir, but go ahead. See, I ain't fighting this war for you, sir. I see. And then he goes back on, but like the main part is you get back onto Boston, a big house and all that. What about us? What do we get? Well, we don't get anything and then he says, well, you don't get anything if you lose. So he says, well, what do you want to do? Right. And he says, I don't know, sir. And then Broderick says, stinks, I suppose. Denzel says, yeah, stinks bad. And there's a whole thing of we all covered up in it too. I mean, ain't nobody clean. Be nice to get clean though. He says, how do we do that? We ante up and kick in, sir. But I still don't want to carry your flag. And that's how it ends,
Go ahead.
What is this existential nonsense? I'm sorry. We're all clean. What is... So my question that I asked myself, I was like, well, what does he have to be unclean about? This man was enslaved.
So again, I'm hearing
liberated.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I thought you were done.
Liberated, and now he's in survival, right? So you're, and maybe this is where you were going to go, Jab. So your conceptualization is that because he had a certain disposition, that was where Morgan Freeman had to admonish him for his ways, right? That he did these things that were morally corrupt. And being in the 54th, which means he becomes a part of the American project, is him cleansing himself. But you're adding this like bullshit, like theological thing that dirt always stays with you, right? It's like the end of Menace to Society, right? When Kane, when Kane gets the opportunity to leave, but he can't. Him and the Muslim brother, who was once a gangster too, they all have to die. So the fatalism of the things they did in the past, and that's what I'm saying. Are you seeing Trip as some gang member in the fucking 80s? Like,
yeah.
What the fuck is this bullshit? And I'm watching the fucking movie going, oh, so Shaw is, I don't know, the principal or some guy he works for, right? If it was the modern kind of like version, and Trip is the guy who has the opportunity to become something within America, but keeps fucking up a little bit. And this is kind of what you're restructuring for us to see here.
I think I think you got it perfectly, but I would just say that Shaw is a cop who has arrested Denzel for some
much better
initial early stage crime, and I have a chance if you correct it. Don't go off too far into that gangsterism. And that's Trip saying, if we all kick in and become good Americans and citizens, But the line that you pointed to when I heard it the other night, I heard, I started to call him Ferris. Ferris's response, I heard it as a response to what would have just happened in real life just before the filming of this film, of Jesse Jackson's second presidential campaign, where Amiri Baraka, in condemning his rightward or his centrist slide, says both the slave and the slave master can't be right, when he's at the Democratic National Convention and seeing Jesse capitulate. And this is Ferris saying, no, Amiri, the slave and the slave master are both right, because we're all dirty. This is Tripp's, you know, we're all needing a cleanse. And Ferris is saying, but you don't have anything. If you don't fight this, then you have less than what you're going to have when I go back to my house after you help me win, and I go back to my big house and all my money, and you have whatever you're going to have. It'll at least be better than what you would have if you don't win. And that, to me, is when you all are talking about what they're saying for the time of the film of the 80s and the 90s. What are you all upset about? Like, you were all messy too. We're all messy, and we all did the fight, and we all won, and we're all free. And yes, I went back to my big ass house, and you went back to your projects. But what would you have had if we didn't do that? You wouldn't even have that. And so, I mean, that's how I was looking at the scene. Like, this is, and then I had that moment of like, so I would have been meant to see this as a 19-year-old or a 20-year-old. And some of you younger than that, what the fuck are we? How the hell did we get here? Like, I'm impressed with all of us. Like, this is some bullshit we've overcome.
I was just looking at one of my group chats with a bunch of, you know, I won't name them specifically because I didn't get their permission, but a bunch of folks that are same age range as particularly Mtume and I. And they one said, this film was used as a history lesson in junior high instead of a lecture or a book. I always thought it was some PBS thing. And then another one said, yeah, was just going to say that. It was either 7th or 8th grade for me. And they said, I can't see it as anything else. But I mean, that's
wow.
Like that. Somebody was asking about stories from people who were made to watch this in school. And I just think that for a generation of us who came into middle school soon after this movie, it was just like every, you know, whether it was, you know, maybe for some people it was high school. For a lot of people, this was middle school history or social studies. And you were sat at this, the you know, back then, wheeling out the big, you know, tube TV on the cart, right? And everybody, you know, some things we had the actual film reels, but we did it for this. And you sat and you know, it was a great day, right? Because you didn't have to do anything else. You just got to watch a movie. So people liked that. But, you know, this was what you got for your Civil War lesson.
Which is crazy.
That is crazy. That's wow.
Right. And it's so funny because what do they follow that sequence with? They then follow the sequence with, well, they get to the shore or to the final battle, right, sequence where they're going to get to, and they explain, like, because like there's like a fatalism to that final scene that exists with Denzel.
Before we get to that scene,
I just want to answer something.
Yeah.
Just really quickly, the context was that the film was the more accurate representation than other things that you were going to read or see, right? So
including your textbook.
It was praised as, we're going to now give you the real story of the Civil War. Like that, this is like that was the context.
And it was marketed that way. It was marketed that way, like the uncovered history that you're not being taught, period.
Exactly. So it was not it was the deconstruction, right? You were given it as like this. Now we're going to tell you because which we should say, the other versions that we had of the Civil War were actually much worse than this.
The Ulrich B. Phillips versions. It was all good. The slavery was great.
Yeah.
Real quick though, before you move on to that, I do want to give a quick shout out to that prayer scene that happens the night before the big battle. I don't know if
I was getting to that. I was getting that.
My bad. Go ahead.
Because right before that, you have the scene where he volunteers everyone. He volunteers the regiment. So they're like on the bottom, right? So right before it, and you know, they're at like the beach, and he tells them, you know, this is pretty much going to be maximum losses, right? It's going to be pretty much certain death, right? And you get to see, you know, the nice slow zoom in, push in of Matthew Broderick have his existential understanding of the need to volunteer the regiment, but also that, you know, they are the greatest regiment and they are the ones who can take it. You know, it's total Hollywood schlock, right? But then it's this thing of like where they're gonna make their arrival through death, right? It's weird. It's weird shit that Hollywood loves, right? The kind of the sacrifice at the 54th was a sacrifice for America's, you know, great glory, right? And Shaw, by that point, he knows I always felt that they know that he knows he's gonna die, right? That death is certain for him, right? And probably everyone else does, right? And then because then you get the black people singing the "Oh my Lord, 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 Lord," right? And it's under this kind of cloak of the understanding of like certain death. And what black people do in certain death is that they gather in song, and they give speeches like they're at church, right? Sermons and testimonies, right? You know, you suddenly, you know, you have Sharks come in with the good book speech and about, you know, he'll have, what is it, that the good book in one hand, and what's the other one?
The rifle in one hand and the good book in the other.
In the other, right? You know, he does that, right? And then Morgan goes full. He goes full pulpit. He gives you full pulpit, right? And then, but the most important one is to me is Tripp's at the end, where Tripp, he essentially gives his devotion to the 54th, right? He talks about his uncleanly past, right? Think about it. You're getting ritual, you're getting religious kind of fervor. This is a cleansing moment. This is a confessional. This is an exorcism. Any religious kind of thing you do, he's able to cleanse himself before he goes off into certain death, right? And he makes a proclamation that he loves the 54th, which is his brothers. And like you see this where they become Americans, his family, my family, and we become they like in this moment they became Americans, right? This is like stamping it, right? And the final thing for them to become Americans basically is to what happens in the end is get blown the fuck up by a cannonball when they roll into the fort. But I mean, it's just the identifications of this shit is really slick and really fucked up.
So apparently, just two things real quick. One, according to that documentary, they were, I don't know if something like this actually happened, but they were apparently all very religious, and in their flag they sewn in Latin, "In this sign we conquer," a cross, and "In this sign we conquer" into the 54th flag. So they apparently were all very much in, you know. But I just wanted to give a quick shout out to my old Frostburg University crew, because I don't remember us seeing the movie together. I don't remember seeing the movie. I actually have no memory of seeing the movie the first time. But on one drunken, maybe psilocybin infused evening, we did that. We were sitting in that house and just twisted. And one of my homeboys started, and unfortunately he's no longer with us, but he started he just started doing it. He just started humming, and then we just started doing it. And then we all gave our little invocations, like straight up. Like it was like we all like taking it seriously. Like we were in the moment, and I felt Like it was, I don't know if I gave a religious thing, but I gave like a whole little, y'all my family. My Frostburg is my man. You know, I did my whole, like, I ain't never had no family, but Frostburg is my family. Oh my Lord. I mean, we did it for real. So I was, salute to them, man. We had it was a moment. Yeah, it was a moment. It was a moment. Yeah, anyway, that was it. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to that moment, to that crew. Yeah.
Well, there you go. It's historically informed, and
I'm sure you weren't the only one, brother.
We can't have been.
No, I'm sure that.
Yeah.
See, here you go. That shit. I remember people singing it in like maybe not the confessionals after, but I've definitely heard it.
Scares describe we. Two of them actually two in that night. Two of my homeboys got into a fight in the front yard. But in the moment.
Are you sure you weren't just on shrooms and watching Glory and then just imagined that this all happened in your real life?
I will send some texts and check in and just double, just to you never know. You never know. And are you doing the Soldier Story? I think I asked you this before. I keep seeing it come up.
At some point we have to do it.
Yeah.
At some point we have to do it.
I remember I've loved that movie. I don't know if I should. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I did love the movie when I, back in the day. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But when I watch the breakdown and see all that I was wrong on, this is how do we make it?
So now we approach the final battle, right? And kind of how they kind of put all that out. Shaw, it's very long, drawn out. You see Shaw, kind of go amongst his people, acknowledging the key people that he needs to, right? They're on the water. Lots of long. Oh, that you have your, when they're walking down, your white man goes, "Give him hell 54th." He yells it, and they, Denzel, go ahead.
Well, no, it's just important to say it's this dude.
Yeah, it's that dude
right here. So it's the same guy who was racist and was, I don't know if I call them monkeys or something like that, like earlier on.
He said, I thought he said the N-word in uniform, but it may have been some colors in uniform, is like you said, tits on a bull or something like that.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing to kind of point out, remember, is they really want to stamp out, not just physically, but verbally, that the 54th earlier fight was supposed to be like the greatest fight ever. So now you're getting this kind of vibe that they're like legendary, like they're known to be like the real deal. Like, oh, not only did they fight, but they was, oh man, they kicked some ass, right? So they're kind of going into this moment, right? It's all, Shaw having, and it's kind of where like also doesn't support Reed's point, like the crisis of death. And the kind of like secondary or third level, like thinking about yourself, is only seen through Shaw's eyes, right? The rest of them are just like, we might die, right? But the kind of like human thoughts about what that means to self, testimonials, send this to me, remember what's being said here. It's all done through Shaw. The rest of them are just rank and file, and they're prepped for it.
Who would they be writing letters to, even if they could write?
Exactly. And also, and I think to Schwick's thought, he probably sees it as, well, because they're the black soldier, they're ready to do it. But the fact that so black people, we can't have any like moments of doubt, moments of fear, all that type of shit, that wouldn't creep through us at all. I mean, it then makes us into these kind of weird mystical characters as well.
No, that's white essence, not black essence. You get the right. And then he also sends his horse off. Like you see the scene and you see his horse get a solo shot walking off and then it comes back on Broderick as he's dealing with his impending death. But to your point, everybody else is just lined up, ready to get shot. No thoughts, nothing. Because we did the prayer last night.
It's black people for you.
I mean, and even in that, like, there is also no discussion of what the meaning of their death would be among them, right? There's no like, hey, we will be martyrs for this cause. We will be, they will remember it. That will be etched in history. Like, there's not any. The only thing you get is this: we are now men, thing. That which look, that discourse is there. It is present. So like within the when you look at what Frederick Douglass was saying and you look at what other people were saying at the time, like there was a discourse of like, this is to prove our manhood, and there was also a white discourse of like, we now recognize that they are men because they can fight, and they fight like hell,
but for Douglass, the manhood was connected to their fight for their freedom, not letting someone else fight for your freedom. Here, the manhood of the 54th is just some vague, we're willing to get shot and killed.
Right.
Being able to face death.
Yeah,
being able to face and accept death.
As a project in and of itself, right? Because to Jared's point, there's no other purpose for us being here other than to improve our manhood.
That's true, because they don't. To Jay's point, they're not having amongst themselves greater political conversations. All of the political conversations are happening through Shaw and the various people in the brass. There is no political conversations among the rank and file, not even Thomas. And that was the earlier point. Not even Thomas has the greater political conversations.
No, there's no explanation at all that has any depth to it like, why are they there?
In fact, you get more. They want you to think Thomas is dedicated to staying and fighting more to prove himself to Tripp than to some broader Black political project.
It's his manhood. It's his manhood,
which is connected not to the Black freedom, but to his shit with Tripp.
Because then what do they do with Thomas, right? So then when they're at the beach, right, he lets the horse go. He starts giving the speech. The first thing he asks to say, who's going to carry the flag? Which I've always found fucking absurd. That whole shit about people carrying flags during everything.
Why? Yeah, like a flag during a fight where people.
My daughters were saying the same thing.
And like, fuck, man.
They said you're not giving him a gun.
Yeah, and it's who will carry the flag. It's who will carry the flag when he gets shot and killed, because that's going to happen.
That's going to happen. Because he has no gun, he's in the front, and everybody can see him holding his flag.
And then it's Thomas. And then it's Thomas. Thomas says he will do it, right? And they also have that little quick sequence where Thomas is like falling asleep, and who puts him up? It's Tripp, right? So
I didn't take it as sleep. I took it as him.
Yeah, I mean, like
faint. Like he was
that's kind of what I meant. That's kind of what I meant.
Yeah.
Sleep. But they also invoked they haven't slept for 48 hours.
That's true. You're right. You're probably right about that. Actually.
Yeah. So like they haven't slept, or like, so basically like he's excessively tired. So Tripp, like holds him up a little bit, right? And then you get into this final fucking battle sequence, which is just like Adolph Reed's thing that he watches on planes. When he's bored,
to be inspired to advise Black people and others in 2018 to find solidarity with other whites and other groups, because any Black Lives Matter or particular concern around race is immature.
Yeah,
and totally. So just quickly, I was like, so you're arguing nationalism by reducing it to Black Lives Matter? Like, so all race first politics is Black Lives Matter? I was like, this is some bullshit. So anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
But then let's attach that to the context of the sequence, right? Of what he really likes. Because if you think about the sequence, right? So it's all done through it's Shaw's like military understanding of what's happening, right? So he's advancing them. They have to essentially advance into this fort, basically hold it down for the reinforcements to come, right? But the thought is that probably most of them will die in this kind of thing. So Shaw's having to do the tactical things, and from the minute they're running on the beach, they just get blown up. People flying up in the air, shit just get bap 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 bap, and Shaw has to keep kind of like getting them. And then so you have a lot of that going under. And the first big kind of break is they get into this like path under the sand in the little dunes area. So he's in there having to contemplate people getting hit. Him and Cary Elwes is organizing shit. And you're seeing your lead characters, but you're only getting them as they're in danger. You're not getting them as tactical thinkers because the only tactical thinker is Shaw, right? Which could be true to the fighting, but that's also the pernicious shit of the entire thing. You're not making a comment. So you're having that shit happen, right? And he says, we're going to wait for the color of night, right? Or the cover of night. And then when like night comes, he then gets them out. And it's funny how the movie like kicks up the energy more. Like the music really gets hit. You get in the smoke. The shit's coming. People coming up, right?
The Harlem Boys Choir singing their hearts out.
Right? You get all that shit happening. You're like, this shit is like high octane, right? And like, there's even a moment probably in the back of your head, like, they might win this shit. These motherfuckers badass. They getting in this shit.
It is a movie.
It's a movie, man. Whatever. It could be like Inglourious Basterds where they actually kill Hitler, right? You know, like
Paris can't die.
Paris can't die. So then they get, and this is where the movie just goes into the real wild shit. Oh, the only person who does get tactical is Morgan. Morgan is out. He's allowed to kind of like direct them. He gets like directing.
Well, he's
shit,
an
right?
NCO now, so he can. Yeah,
right. And he's it there. So that they get to the point where they're on the joint, and this is where this shit gets just diabolical, man, in the filmmaking technique. So Shaw is taking this extended time to kind of figure shit out, right? Motherfuckers getting picked off on like the low part of the fort, and he's like, all right, well, let's get the flag man, right? You know, get him up there, right? And he's like, all right, you know, and the flag man goes, come on, 54th, right? And then you just get right, and then Harlem Boys Choir, right, comes out, right, and he's shot again, and you get the Robert, you get that big fucking carry. It's all in slow motion, right, Robert, right, and then, and they're all shocked, right, and they don't know what they're gonna do, but who comes out to save the day through inspiration? Trip Denzel, right, with that fucking flag, and that I'll never get over how that come on, right, and then how he looks when he gets shot is so comedic to me. He goes like almost like he's taking his shit, like right, like so hilarious, and
like I'm Denzel. I got shot. I'm not supposed to die. Right? But the big thing to remember is that he picks up the flag. He doesn't like advance with a gun. He picks up the flag. So he's like, I'm going to sacrifice myself for the inspiration of the rest, so we can continue the reunification of the Union. Right? This is really what this shit is about. And then after that, it's all hell breaks loose. Motherfuckers is going to like. But can we stay there for one more second?
Superhero mode. Go ahead, of course.
Just because you made the point perfectly. Actually, I can't remember which one of you. One of you or both of you were making the point perfectly earlier that Tripp's symbolic willingness to armed struggle and violent self-defense has to be replaced with him putting down the gun and picking up the flag and then dying. Like it's the perfect ending for that particular character, because you've seen he's given an arc of sorts, where the conversation with Robert, you know, he's gets slapped by Morgan. He goes through his whole transformation, and then here we are at the end, and the one person that truly represented what it should, to me, is the only, maybe not the most appropriate response. No. He is like, no, put down the gun, literally pick up the flag, and then die. And then what even happens next is even more perfect. Yeah. So I just wanted to stay there for one more second.
No, I think it's important. So yeah, as Mtume was saying, you know, then, you know, he gets shot, a couple more of them, but eventually they kind of break through, and it's largely Cary Elwes and Morgan Freeman's characters, right, that lead the sort of charge and are chopping people up and going in, and they look like they're going to take it, right? Like you think, oh, they got into the fort, they're going down, and then they get to like the base of the fort, and there's all these other Confederate regiments down there just waiting and just mow them down, which I did look up, and that's what happened.
I did
like
too.
Yeah. That is
they
what
apparently
happened.
also turned their cannons around. Like they brought cannons from the walls or something and put them inside, something like they were ready for that.
Yeah,
and
they had planned.
Yeah,
they said some reinforcements had come in by ship, I think, and at a certain time when the Union wasn't observing, like at night. Yeah.
But that's why when I was watching it, and they're setting it up, they're setting up the charges saying we can only advance to this one corridor of land, and you know the Navy has been bombing them, but we now have to go in. And I remember thinking, I was like, keep doing that. Like, add another ship or two and keep bombing them. Cut off the supply lines. Why I got to go up in this one lane? Like, whose plans is this shit? Like.
Yeah, so they lose, right? I mean, and I think that's another point, is the Confederacy wins this battle. They do in real life, retreat about half of them and survive. But the people who, well, there's only a couple of the figures that are actually real. But Broderick's character, I've totally lost his name at this point. Shaw, right?
Robert Shaw.
He dies. Yeah, he does die. About half of the regiment is wiped out. There is an interesting historical just note on the timing too. Somebody brought this up in the chat a little bit earlier, but this battle takes place the same week, I think, just a few days later from the famous New York draft riots, right? Which are depicted in, another bad movie, but Gangs of New York, whatever. And there is like an importance to, so this gets used as a form of, I'm saying propaganda in just the most generic sense, not necessarily like trying to put some good, bad, whatever, but it gets used as, see, white people who don't want to fight and who are rioting against being drafted or whatever, look at these black troops who gave their lives in the 54th to try to take this fort, right? And so it is an interesting moment that way too, because it does get used in the way that I was trying to figure out whether there was actually some discussion of this, right? Whether they were like, yeah, get the 54th in to do this. The white people are rioting, but I could not find anything historically that shows, because it was only a few days and it's not like, news traveled super fast at that point.
Yeah, one of the things I read, probably in that same book chapter, was saying something similar. But I thought was there another battle that was also recently won? Because it was the argument was technically there was enough time between either the draft riot, if that was the example, or some other battle that had taken place for news to reach this incident. And that these folks were it was like the reverse, like something else happened somewhere else and it was being used as propaganda to inspire the 54, something like that. But I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was some discussion about how long it would take for news to travel to this, and it is possible. If you do find that, please host a part 2. Or a quick addendum so we could follow up with that, because I feel like that's buried in a Gerald Horne book somewhere.
Probably
the letter from from Senator so and so to Colonel such and such saying send them because the white folks is rioting.
So then the last thing you get, the last shot. This is just fucking, talk about diabolical, is they dump Shaw, Matthew Broderick's character, in the ditch. The Confederate soldiers dump his body in the ditch of the 54th, so they've just dug ditches to bury all of these troops, all these black troops on the beach there, which there is an interesting historical point on this as well. And then though they dump Trip on top of him, so he's like cuddling. Like the last shot is literally like Trip, like kind of dead,
He's
but
like
cuddled
this.
up upon dead Shaw.
And the way that the way that and the way the bodies are being thrown, that you see Shaw's body, and then you see Trip's body come falling, like it's almost as if it's supposed to happen by accident.
Yeah.
But then it falls perfectly where his head is on his chest, and you get the whole. And yeah, I did read that apparently this was true. The Confederates wanted to shame him by burying him with his black soldiers. But obviously what's being done in terms of the film with that is just it's super abusive. And I don't know, do we need to give somebody put spoiler? Do we need to give spoiler alerts on 30-year-old films?
No.
Like
All of our every Imperial 80s episode,
It's a spoiler alert
through the whole fucking movie. So like, no, we don't.
Yeah, no, we are a spoiler alert. Literally, that's what it should be called, spoiler alert. Yeah,
that's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah, no, that ending. Yeah. But I always, and that's the thing, is like when I think about that ending of the film, and you think about the totality of it with this kind of things like Shaw's and Trip's final conversation, right? This kind of like fatalistic thing is like the determination that they had to become like sacrifices, right? In order for the Union project to, figure itself out. It's just this way that is dealt with history, that everything becomes these kind of metaphysical happenings, and you can't really get into the meat and potatoes of it. So like everything just becomes and I say that not in literal, but like biblical, right? It's David and Goliath. It's these mythical tales, right? And now, Trip and Shaw will live in kind of great myth, right? As the Harlem Boys Choir serenades them, right? Because then what's the next thing you get is you get the monument, and Shaw in the middle of the monument with like, the black soldiers happening, and the super fucking hard James Horner music, da, 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 da. I mean, that shit is just like it's so over the top, right? It's like it's insane. And then also like letting right, the other thing they tell you is that the 54th lost half, they said, right? I think they said that the 54th lost half, right? And but then it inspired enlisted, or you have exactly what it says.
Yeah, it says though the supporting white brigades also suffered heavily before withdrawing. The fort was never taken. As word of their bravery spread, Congress at least authorized the raising of black troops throughout the nation. Over 180,000 volunteered. President Lincoln credited these men of color with helping turn the tide of the war. I thought the word helping is it
it's doing a lot of lifting. It's doing a lot of work.
Yeah. Wouldn't just say turn the tide of the war. They won't just say that, right?
And again, that discussion too of enlisting, like again, as if there weren't already all of these black people who were in the Union lines all across the South who were like, put me to work. I want to fight these people, right? Like, it's just, yeah.
And then what I'd also learned, by the way, is that after all of this happens, no black soldiers were allowed to march in the post-Civil War parade that they had in D.C. apparently. So it was like a very, a perfect sort of culmination to the thing. Yeah, apparently one of the. Have either of you read this book called The White Savior Film? Content, Critics, and Consumption?
I don't think so, but I think that's I came across it. Have you what were you going to reference it for some?
I only found it referenced in this one article that this by Matthew Huey.
I don't know it.
It's quoted here. It says he writes that these stories, in talking about white savior films and glory in particular, are often guided by a logic that racializes and separates people into those who are redeemers, whites, and those who are redeemed or in need of redemption, non-whites. White savior films can have profound societal consequences. Huey cites studies on the lack of interracial communication in many predominantly white areas in the United States noting that 86% of suburban whites live in communities where Black people make up fewer than 1% of the population. Yeah. In this context, he asserts popular films become a kind of proxy for real life interracial interactions. I agree with that. And that's why I'm saying, as we've all been saying, these films they're meant to be prescriptions for how people are to behave today, not just simply reflections on history. So, you know, if you feel like you see yourself in Trip, see yourself in his redemption by putting down the gun and picking up that flag.
Come on! Come on!
And if you're white and sitting on the fence, we got a character for you, Robert.
Right, you can be, and then once you hit that moment, you'll be like Cary Elwes. You'll be dodging blades and shit. I mean, that
the John Wick of the Civil War.
I'm gonna clip that. I'm gonna clip and meme Cary Elwes doing that move because I'm like, oh, that's kind of boss. He had the baddest move in that shit.
And put that Matrix music under it, whatever that techno shit or whatever. Put that shit on it. Put some lights on it because he was in there. He was in there. I was like, okay.
He's now a leader.
One other thing just to note. So I came across this you made me think about as you were talking about that article or that book, Jab. But there is a piece written by Ella Starkfield Hines called Poetry Not Yet Written, Revisiting Glory 30 Years Later. You know, I don't think it's like I didn't find it as like a really radical read, but it is a critique. And I agree with some of the points that she makes for sure. She brings in this concept that she cites others who have kind of brought to the forward of racial ventriloquism as well. Mm-hmm. That I thought was like a good, it's a good thing to understand too, of also the impact of Black history told through white leaders. And I know that there's a lot of this does also then kind of butt up against some of the kind of liberal representation, Black Black stories politics that you get sometimes. But I also understand that in part is a response to how pernicious this shit was in like the 80s and the 90s and before, particularly the 80s and 90s, because before that, there are fewer representations that are not just outright intentionally kind of racist, right? And so in the 80s and 90s, as we talked about at the onset, you get a lot of these stories with like white leads, white directors, white screenwriters, but the story is actually supposed to be like Black history, in a certain way. And I do think leads to some fucked up shit.
Yeah, and I guess I would say like my final point on that, really on the whole like white savior thought, it's like my whole thing with it is what is the ultimate aim of the film? Right. If this film is about being a savior of some sort, it's about this idea that there was something that needed to be saved and there had to be key individuals who were specially imbued, whether you want to think it's mystical, historical, they are these people. So they are in fact positioned by narrative structure to be saviors. And then he is white, right? Everyone else is Black that he's leading, except for, a couple of key white people within him. So it is literally the structure of the film where how you want to morally situate it has to do with your politics. And for me, I morally situated that this is actually a history of the Civil War, period. Right? This is an a history of the Civil War. It's not bound in any kind of real historical materials analysis on this shit. It's all bullshit to kind of serve a certain narrative, but I will say of the 80s more than anything. I think it had more to do with what can they take from this idea of the Civil War to kind of, and I think that redeeming thing I think is a big thing, like this idea that Black people of certain ilks need redemption, which is just Fuck y'all.
Yeah. And this is the last thing I'll say. And just, I know we've been going for 4.5 hours at this point, but is just this idea, like, so I'm struggling to put this together, but what I want to say is that Black people's participation in the Civil War is a very specific historical context with a lot of reasons why they would do that. Right? And Tripp, to say, I'm not fighting for your flag, I think is actually a really, even though that is not, we don't get any elaboration of his discussion of that or his thoughts around that or his politics around that, I think really is emblematic of a lot of how Black people took to that war, right? Was like, we're not doing this to be part of the Union. I'm sure there were some, probably more among those like Northern, already free people. There might have been some like citizenship, standing kind of considerations. But for the Black people in the South, it was like, we're going to liberate ourselves through this, right? And given the means and given guns to do that by the North, to finally have a way to attack the people who enslaved them directly on, in equal armament, right? And so, like, that makes a whole lot of sense. But when you tell it as a history, it in this kind of movie and in this kind of form, it's supposed to stand in just more generally for this idea of why Black people should be in the military, right? Or participate in the society and all the white institutions and so on and so forth. So,
and what is it? And how is Tripp? He's individual. He's individualized. His rejection of that is he's an individual. He's an antagonist to everyone. I have accepted a kind of like rugged individualism. Where does he get his collective? The 54th.
Yeah.
That's where he
has
finds
no
his collective
family.
brotherhood.
There is no other family and no other community. Where else would he find a Black community other than in the military, in the Union Army? The only concluding thought that I had was that this film, one thing that kept coming up for me was that this film is maybe even unintentionally, I think, does show us what even to this day is the paradox of Black politics and struggle. Because I do agree, like, even as I was trying to think about what was happening in the context of that time, I mean, even when Tripp says, I'm not fighting for your flag, well, what then are you fighting for? What can you ultimately hope to get out of all of this? And to your point, Jared, some of them are like, I just want to get off the plantation. Some were thinking maybe they had fantasies about what a union would look like. Maybe others thought we're really going to be citizens now and it's all good. Others were probably like, I don't know what the fuck is going to happen after this. And it's like, and I even noted this is like the beginning of lesser evilism. It's like, this is the beginning of the, where are you going to go? What else are you going to do? The Union or the Confederacy? And to this day, we seem stuck in that. And yeah, so the diabolical nature of this film, the essence of this film is again, man, salute to the both of you for this series and to all of us for having survived all of this media content. And I'm not even joking, like this shit, yeah, really. But seriously, like this analysis of this film was never meant to be possible because of this film. So I'm like, anyway, yeah, that was really it. And again, just thanks to you both. And
yeah,
this has been great. Yeah. The bioluminescence. What is Steven saying? Diabolical.
He's had several. It's great.
Okay.
I don't know what that word is, Stephen, nor can I pronounce it.
Diabolicence. I don't know.
Two plugs. So Monday we'll be back with Dubravka again to do Who Framed Roger Rabbit,
That would
which
be wild. I haven't seen that in years.
first, like, also just the fact that in 1988, the second highest grossing film was a cartoon. It won some Academy Awards, and it's about like the most bizarre. It's full of drinking and smoking and a sexy cartoon. And
man, do you know? The last time I saw that film, I saw it right down the road here on Route 40, Maryland, that in a drive-in theater that doesn't exist anymore. I saw the drive-in theater on at least 3, I think, hits of acid.
It's a good movie for that.
Oh my God. It was amazing. So I don't know what kind of criticism you two could have of this perfect film. But I'll tune in and check, because all I remember was wonderful.
Well, but this is also, I mean, so it's rated PG. That's the other thing that's
crazy.
So like parents were just like, yeah, it's a cartoon. It's rated PG. Go watch this.
Man, Jessica's fine though. I don't care what you say. She's still fine.
And then I do just want to encourage people, even if you are daunted by, understandably, by 700 some odd pages of Black Reconstruction, I even just say, like, just read like a chapter here and there, because it's so good. And
that's how I did it. I read it like over a year like that.
Yeah. Like even if you read like the first 4 or 5 chapters, it just adds a whole lot to just real Civil War and Reconstruction history that that you are not taught in school. So, you know, much better than much better than Glory. But interestingly, you know, that history does show up in the book as well, because the 54th were actually part of that story, but just not like in this version. Yeah. All right, Jared, thank you so much, man. This was great. Appreciate you rocking with us for all this time.
Oh, this has been wonderful. I am going to go stretch though, so thank you all.
Yeah, me too.
Long walk.
All right. Peace, everybody.
Peace.